Good afternoon, everybody. We are live at the British Chess Championships 2023. And for those of you who don't know us, my name's Adam Hunt, and this is Danny.
Yeah, hi.
We are live from Leicester, which is where the British is happening this year. And we're also commentating for the live audience here, and also for you guys at home on Simon's channel. So bookmark this, make a note of it. We're here from 2:30 every day approximately until late.
Well, hopefully not too late.
Hopefully not too late. And what we're doing today is we're just waiting because there's apparently a short opening ceremony. So we're just going to wait for that to happen, and hopefully then we'll get the live feeds in and we can get underway with the chess itself. So Danny, what do you think about the tournament this year? Just any sort of general impressions?
Obviously, Michael Adams is the big favourite, as he quite often is. I think he's going for his 8th British Championship title, which would be some kind of modern record. I think there are players in the past who won more.
Yeah.
I believe the record was held by someone like Penrose or possibly Atkins.
Yeah, I did a little bit of research on this, ever the professional, and I think Penrose is on 10, and I think Atkins is on 9.
Right.
Unless I'm miscounted.
I think Atkins was originally from Leicester.
Okay.
And
that's good knowledge.
Yeah. So the British Championships doesn't go back as far as people think. I think it goes back to the early part of the 20th century. And Atkins was supposedly the greatest player ever from Leicester, but there's also another player from Leicester take part, who's Mark Hebden. And I think he's like the people's champion really this year. But it would be great for him. He's somebody who should have won the British Championships by now, hasn't, had multiple chances to win the British. And I think this would be fitting if he was to win his first British Championships in his home city of Leicester, because he's such a familiar face in Leicester chess. So obviously he lived in Leicester. I know personally I would love to see Mark win the British, but it's a tough ask because obviously you've got Michael Adams up there. He's got a very ominous rating, by the way, 2666.
Yeah. I mean, he has been obviously...
It's ominous.
I see. You see what you've done there. Yeah. He has obviously been even a bit higher than that as well.
I think Adams is the class act of the field. He's proven that on many occasions. But it's 9 rounds. You don't get a rest day. He's playing quite a fast time control. And there's people in there like Nick Pert, Daniel Fernandez. I just played Fernandez a few days ago. He's a very good player. He has definitely got a chance, I would say, as well.
Yeah, hopefully you can see it in our just above us, if you like. You can see the pairings for the round, the top 10 boards, and therefore you can see sort of some of the ratings of the field and some of the rating differences in the first round as well, in terms of it's about 300 to 400 points per board, something like that.
Yeah, normally you would expect everybody to win, but there's always some kind of banana skin. And looking at the pairings, I mean, Ismail is a bit of a dangerous player on board 3. But having said that, I do notice with Daniel now is that he's tending to win the games you expect him to win, which I said 4 or 5 years ago, he was a bit more up and down. But I think now he's stabilised and he's actually playing at a really high level. And I think... I would say he's got a good chance of winning the whole thing, really, Daniel. So,
and you've just played a tournament with him recently?
Yeah, I mean, I lost to him in that game, but it was quite an interesting game. But I kind of collapsed at the end, like I normally do. And I did recover well in that tournament, so I had a good tournament, so I was quite happy with that. But he's got a kind of a unique style because he's very aggressive, very direct, but also quite creative at the same time. So... I would say kind of a unique style. Nick on board 2 is a very solid player, very hard working. Nick would probably be somebody, if you played against Adams, you would have a bet on him to make a draw, right?
Yes. I mean, Nick is always there or thereabouts in the British, isn't he? Just his style is such that he's very good at beating the lower rated players. I would say. And
Well, actually,
or do you disagree with that?
I think the problem that he had in terms of winning the British was he couldn't. Like he would maybe draw with someone like Adams, but they would outscore him. They would just win more games. And it's true, like Adams would probably more likely to win against, say, like a 2400 than Nick would.
Okay.
You know, so
The other way around.
Nick has got a very solid style, and obviously, if you needed to beat like a 2400 or 2500 player with black, maybe he's not going to do it. Yeah, but obviously, last year was a bit different for him because he was actually coming in as a favourite, like the rating favourite.
Yeah.
And I think the same with Mark. Mark was really good form last year coming into the tournament. And I think he kind of, I would say, stumbled a little bit under the pressure. Whereas this year's completely different because I think Mark would be coming in under the radar, really. And people are not expecting him to do well. So my outside tip is probably Mark Hebden to win the British. Not that I ever make tips or bets or anything like that, but yeah.
I mean, one thing that is probably just worth maybe mentioning about Mark and there's some chess. That's good to see. So it looks like it's underway. Is Mark's just played in the European Senior Team Championships,
That's right.
finishing I think maybe yesterday or something.
The day before, I think. Yeah.
So a relatively quick turnaround between, but he actually he performed very highly. I think
He won all his games.
7.5 out of 8. I think he got.
Oh, I thought he won all his games, but he
On board one as well.
yeah, I mean, he
So-
played really well there. That's what I mean. So I think I know Mark myself personally, and I know he'll be doing everything in his power to win the British. Like, you know, the motivation will be there because obviously, yeah, he'll want to win it in his home city, but it'll be tough because obviously you're playing against Mickey Adams. But Mickey Adams got quite a tough opponent today, Stephen Jones, who is familiar face in the English chess scene.
Plays a lot, doesn't he?
Plays a lot. He's a bit up and down actually. He can throw in the occasional blunder, but Adams is playing his normal Bishop B5 systems.
Yeah, should we have a look at get into
Yeah.
some chess? Why not? It's a good idea. Okay, so early days this is Adams versus Jones. Let me just, if I just go back, is that going to work? Yeah, that's fine. So E4, C5, Knight F3, Knight C6. Adams has played both open Sicilians, kind of, 20 years ago you would expect an open Sicilian, I think, but Bishop B5 has become so popular, and I remember, for example, the last round in the British in 2019 when we last commentated, he played Stephen Gordon, and I think, and that might have been a D6 rather than
That was a
C6.
D6, Bishop B5, Knight D7, and
then
eventually went Bishop A4.
He just left his E-pawn on free and then crushed him, I think, in the end. So anyway, Bishop B5 is no great surprise, I'm sure. Knight F6, okay, on the surface that looks, to me, Daniel, like a slightly unusual move, and slightly provocative in the sense, of course, we could play E5 and chase it. I guess it goes to D5, right?
Well, it can go to G4 as well, also possible.
Really? Okay, so you go to G4, I go, let's say, Queen E2.
F6.
Getting creative at an early stage.
You know me, I'm a very creative person.
I'm not sure I trust this. All right, let me try something.
Really? Take.
H6, H3.
Knight H6.
Yeah, maybe. I wanted to play G4. I guess you're going to eventually play Knight F7.
Knight F7. Well, not eventually, straight away.
Straight away, okay. And now, can I somehow use my slightly more active pieces? Not obviously, right?
Yeah, I think the problem is once you go for the pawn sack, you do have to remember that black can expand themselves and go E5 and start to use that extra pawn. So I don't know the theory, but obviously you're right. Knight D5 is probably more likely to be played.
More
Also, Knight
likely to be played, yeah. Okay.
But I think Adams was likely still in his theory.
Yeah, so Knight C3, Queen C7. That obviously means that E5 is under control, and if necessary, he can take back with the Queen on C6, avoiding the doubling of the pawns, which is quite a common sort of thread in this particular system, right? Is to double the pawns on C6. And so White seems to be thinking at this moment in time. Presumably castles is, of course, logical here. Any other moves that spring to mind, Danny? Maybe d3? No, d3, maybe knight d4 was annoying.
Yeah.
I was just wanting to just highlight a little trick here. So if we went d3, knight d4, point is because White hasn't castled the king, any exchange now is going to eventually be hit by this queen a5 check trick, not in this position because of b4, but actually I have to take, and then queen a5 check picks up
winning
the
piece, yeah. So actually, I think
nice.
Jones is still in his prep, actually. It seems like he's played this quite quickly. Also, there's tricks like, let's say after d3, knight d4, you castled. Black could potentially go for knight g4.
Ah, the old Mora Gambit trick.
Yeah, I've fallen for this before.
Yes, rather.
Do you want to hear one of my boring anecdotes?
Go on.
Well, I fell for this trick with the knight on d4, and it was like I had a queen on e2 in a Mora Gambit once in a London League game, and I lost really, really quickly with White.
Were you a model after the game?
Well, I was young then. I didn't have an ego, so I wasn't like, bashing up boards and getting really angry and kicking tables. But what happened was I then had to wait around for like 3 hours until the other games finished. I could get lift back. So beware of that trick in a Mora Gambit. Yeah, obviously, White could play g3 here.
Has to play g3, actually.
But he has to play g3, right? But then you could take and go knight e5. I mean, there is a kind of a system like this in another line of the bishop b5 check Sicilian.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an unclear position, isn't it? Because what Black actually is maybe going to do now, I'm going to try and put the queen somewhere reasonably sensible. That's reasonably sensible. Yeah,
but you're kind of blocking the f pawn, which I kind
of want to expand. Let me put it somewhere else then.
Queen e2, I think,
and then I wanted to play sort of a6 and try and get after your bishop real quick. But then you, of course, have knight d5 as a move as well.
But knight d5, I just go back and then drive you back with e6 with tempo.
Yeah, and so, you might, for example, see something like this. And then Black could play c4.
Black could play c4, but
it feels a bit like bit.
I think it's premature because I mean
premature is the word I'm looking for. Exactly.
I think e6 just there though is fine. You've always got c4 in the locker.
Yeah.
And then you go e6, and then you should be fine for Black. So I doubt that we'll get this. He's gone d3, which is obviously very sensible, instead of casting, I think.
Okay, so
it just keeps all the options open.
Okay, thanks for all the feedback in the chat about how the stream looks for you guys. From our perspective here, we have very good connection, but they are saying that it's freezing a little bit online for them. So I don't think that's a problem our side necessarily. So we'll just keep going and see how things are.
I thought they meant it was freezing and full stop.
You mean just cold?
Though obviously, maybe that anti kind of, global warming people.
I see. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's see if we've got any more moves. So.
I think d3 was played, right? And now d6.
So d3 was played. d6. And that's as far as we've got. A couple of people in the chat have said that that Stephen Jones is very well prepared. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
No,
playing so much.
And I think Adams will be taking this part of the game very seriously because he'll want to get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I was going to say one question in this position is, can we go knight d5 and use that pin? But of course, at the end of the day, it's still the same backfiring as happened before, of course, because of this check on a5.
Yeah, you can't go knight d5 there. So I think that the options, but d6 introduces two ideas. One is to go bishop d7, so that Black has the option to take out the bishop. And the other one is to go bishop g4, which is also a very useful move for Black in a lot of anti-Sicilians, which kind of prevents White from building up that centre. So I'm wondering if the moves on the radar for Mickey in this position are h3.
Right, okay, just play nice safe move, keeping pieces on the board, keeping the position as complicated, opening position relatively complicated. And then I would imagine probably bishop d7 will happen at some point. It's not obligatory to do it here, but it looks as sensible as anything, right? I mean, you can also play g6. Now that the pawn's on, this is something maybe just slight thing to note, is that when we fianchetto bishops play like g6, sorry, it's not my go, let's try something else first. Let me just say like a castle, and let's say we go g6 or something and make a couple more moves. When you play g6, you sometimes find that then if you wanted to combine that with some bishop g4, after h3 you're normally obliged to take the knight, because of course you can't run away back there.
Well, hackers would, and they give up the,
they would.
the piece
hackers
on
would
G4.
would just give it up.
Well, to be honest,
Absolutely
it's
right.
probably not that bad. Well, yeah, but I'm not sure. I probably wouldn't go G6. He's just gone E6. No, white castle.
White castled.
So I didn't really understand that sequence. Why didn't black go for bishop G4? Because maybe he was worried about H3, a bishop H5, and then G4, right? So I'm just curious, Adam, as to why he didn't try bishop G4 there.
Okay, bishop g4 here. I mean, the other question is knight d5 now a good move?
Probably. But knight d5 I can take and go a6.
You can, yes. Let's just show that. Knight d5 takes. I mean, you don't have to take. You can move the queen and allow your pawns to get doubled down the g file. It's another option, but let's just say take. A6 is always super important trick to avoid losing the knight. And now bishop a4 is met by b5.
Yeah.
And then the knight's free to run away, or of course pawn takes pawn doesn't really look all that much because a pawn takes bishop.
I think
It's
you're,
fine for black.
you're worse.
Yeah,
aren't you?
exactly.
I think you're worse as well.
So maybe so not knight d5. So okay, let's just maybe play h3 was your and then bishop h5.
And now the critical move would be, but it seems to me that this seems more logical for black, right? Because now, like g4, do you even, maybe now you could think about, I suppose knight g4 is too much, is it? Too early in the tournament to go knight g4. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like knight takes g4 here.
How do you refute it?
So I wanted to think about starting with knight d5, but then you go queen d7 and can take on g4 with your queen.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. So I'll take your knight. Yes, I'll take your knight. You'll take me back. And now how am I going to get out of that annoying pin?
Maybe now you go knight d5 to e3 or something.
But then I thought you'd just run back with your bishop to h5.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So something like this, knight d5, queen has to stay in, well, it doesn't have to stay in touch, but it looks kind of sensible to do so. And then knight e3, coming back to help defend, looks like a really sensible move, stopping any check on g4 with the queen. And then probably bishop h5 to keep the pin.
But now king g2 and then rook h1.
King g2.
So it might be that the black attack's running out of steam. But still some annoyance. I could go g6, maintain the bishop on h5.
Right,
So maybe Jones missed a trick there. I didn't really quite know what Mickey had planned after bishop g4. But Mickey must have understood that this isn't so bad for white because, he's quite fond of prophylactic moves like h3. So e6, of course, is fine as well.
And that's as far, I believe, as we've got. And e6, of course, makes some sense in that now knight d5 is completely under control.
Yeah, so I think white has two plans. I think one is to eventually move the knight from f3 and then play f4.
Right.
And the other one is potentially maybe to try and push through e5 in some kind of form. Like either take on c6, and then after queen c6, maybe even think about e5 there.
And just to highlight, it's not so completely ridiculous. Let's say, for example, the black took back with a pawn. It's not so completely ridiculous just to make it as a pawn sacrifice, right?
I don't know.
It might not even be a pawn sacrifice because pawn takes and rook e1 and
Bishop d6 there?
bishop d6.
Queen e2 maybe, yeah?
Queen e2.
But then knight d7.
Or knight e4 also, and
Knight
take with a
e4,
pawn. Okay, but it might be a little bit too much, but certainly
Who knows?
that would be, in my mind anyway.
But what specific move would you play here as white? Like your next move?
My next move.
Let's forget about plans. What
Okay.
move would you play?
Or should we ask the audience?
Let's ask the audience. It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah, ask the audience. Audience participation. Someone in our live audience, can anybody kind of Suggest to me what they would play here.
Bishop E3.
Bishop E3. Okay. That doesn't quite fit in with Danny's plan, unfortunately, of playing E5, but doesn't make it a bad move by any stretch of the imagination. There, I suspect you're probably thinking about playing D4 and opening the position up like that. And
But the problem is you might run into like knight G4 and then you're forced to kind of waste some time, right? If you don't want to
Right.
lose the bishop pair.
knight G4, and then bishop F4.
Yeah.
And is that knight good on G4, or is it going to be pushed back? It's not such an easy question, actually.
But what does bishop E3 threaten? Oh, you want to go D4, right? But if I just go like, say, A6 here, what's
Do
the...
you want to go A6 here?
Yeah, why not A6 here?
A6, and
So-
then White has to make a decision about dropping back or taking, and then try and just push with the sack. Yeah,
I think it's looking like quite a good Sicilian for black. But after E6, I think poker round suggested rook E1, and
Yeah.
actually, knowing Adam's style, that's kind of a move that he would play. He tends to be... He plays in quite a quiet but very effective... I would describe him as kind of like a quiet killer, you know? He's like... He doesn't say much, but his chess speaks for
he
itself,
lets
you
his
know?
chest do. He actually took on C6.
Yeah, it's logical. Because he wants to go... I think he wants to play this E5.
Oh wow! No, come on, this can't have happened. This is just our moves, I think.
No, he's still thinking according to chess 24.
Oh, good, you've got that there. So good, that's excellent. You can see what's what. So yeah, rook E1 is an extremely sensible move.
But how effective is a plan like, say, I went knight G5, just threatening F4? I mean, is that stupid, or is that...
And then will you go to H3?
I go to H3 and I'll just push through F4 and then... Or is that just rubbish?
I don't like it.
No,
Let's say I play E5. Can I play E5?
probably can, yeah. E5, F4.
Take on H3, you don't care.
No, I'll put the king on H1. Bobby Fischer used to allow the capture on H3.
I mean, this is the sort of thing that would be very kind of a lot of amateur players, maybe, shall we say, would be kind of a little bit fearful, maybe, if bishop takes H3.
Well, also maybe G5 here by black, which would completely shut down
Right.
F4.
But where here? Where G5 here? G5.
No, E5 and then... Well, G5 immediately.
And then F4?
No. Oh, sorry.
You can't have both E5 and
okay.
G5.
But maybe instead of going knight G5, a better way of doing it would be to go knight
Right.
D2, right?
I thought knight H4, but
Oh, knight H4. Wow. What would the idea of... Oh, F4, F5, right?
just
yeah.
F4 and
But if
unless you
bishop
can,
E7?
right, yeah, that's might be the problem, is that bishop E7 then, and you're going to have a little knight takes E4 trick,
Yeah,
which is a bit sad. Although I can take, this is, can I do this? Queen G4,
And then queen G4, yeah, you can. F5? Oh, no, F5, queen H4, right?
also knight takes D6,
Yeah.
it's good.
Bishop F6, though? Oh, you taking queen G7, right?
Bishop
Yeah,
F6,
yeah.
take, Queen G7,
Yeah, this is kind of what white
rook
wants.
F8, and
Take on F6.
take on F6, exactly.
White should be better.
Okay, I can kind of cover my king up a little bit there with
He,
queen
he,
there.
he
but-
has taken on C6, so my theory would be he after bishop C6. Sorry.
Yeah, of course, let's go back.
He probably wants to go
Oh.
E5, right? I think we looked at this, and he's gone bishop G5, right? Makes sense.
Sorry, so I'm just going to
Very
go back.
logical
So bishop
moves.
takes c6, check. Black took back with the queen, not the pawn.
Yeah.
And now he played bishop g5. And black is almost certainly, I would think, going to play bishop e7.
Can't you go knight D7 then?
Why do you want to go knight d7?
Well, just so that you're not in this kind of pin, like with the knight on F6. So you can then tempo the bishop on G5.
Looks a bit artificial to me.
I'm
but
sure, but it might be the best move.
Maybe. Now I'm going to get going in the middle, I think.
You know, this position already looks like a variation of the bishop B5 check, knight D7 Sicilian.
I think this
With
is
the
gonna be
bishop
really
on
bad.
G5. This is already bad, is it?
Well, what are you going to do? You're going to have to take my pawn, I would have thought.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this is probably
Knight
one,
takes, and the only way you're going to get rid of this bishop is to play what h6.
This is why I'm not playing moves like knight d7. I realised I wouldn't have been good enough against Adams. Yeah, bishop e7. You're right. Okay, so bishop e7 probably. Well, we're thinking that's the only move, right? So what is Adams' plan? He wants to go knight d2 or maybe push e5 immediately?
Is he going to go d4 again?
He's going to go d4. That also makes a lot of sense because knight e4 there's going to be a bishop e7 and your king's in the centre, right? This is your idea. So d4. So how critical is that? d4, knight e4. But this isn't Adam's style to speculate. He doesn't tend to speculate. He tends to just win without speculation.
Yeah.
How clear is this?
I don't know. I wanted to go d5. But then I think that I kind of wanted to...
Is there a knight c3, knight d1?
Yeah, I think this knight takes c3 in a certain position is a bit annoying. Still some lag in the Twitch by the sounds of things. Apologies for that, guys. We'll do our best to get that sorted if we can.
But after bishop e7, very logical move is knight d2 because now if you get f4, your bishop is outside the pawn chain. So right. I think there's three. You always, when you're thinking about chess, you're thinking about your candidate moves, right? Like your candidate moves are maybe d4, like you suggested, which is a very interesting move. Move like knight d2 is one candidate move. e5 is a candidate move, and potentially maybe a move like rook e1 is also playable. So a4, there's so many different moves in chess you can play. That's what makes the game an interesting game, right? Mm-hmm. But somehow Adams always finds the best one. You know, how does he do it?
Shall we have a look at another game?
No, I think stick with this one forever. Yeah, let's have a look at Roman Mitra, Nick Pert, maybe, or Fernandez.
Let me do this. Okay, so let's go back to the start, shall we? So Roman Mitra playing white, Nick Pert, who we've discussed briefly, playing black. So we had c4, knight f6, g3, c6, logical move to play d5, d5, bishop g2, bishop f5, take. I know we don't really want to discuss loads and loads about opening theory there, Danny, but is in this position after d5, bishop g2, as pawn takes pawn also a sensible move? Or
yeah, I think this is all theory. I mean, I think after you take...
knight a3 or
probably knight a3, yeah. Knight a3
try and get the pawn back like that.
I'm not sure the theory here. There's so much theory I just don't know these days.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think
it's well known. I mean.
But obviously Nick is very well prepared. He's going to know that the move he played is a move. So what did he play? He went bishop f5, right?
Mm-hmm. Take, queen b3.
Yeah. I think I've seen this line before. Knight c6, and you give up the b7 pawn. This is a very interesting idea. I've seen this line. The computer gives it as unclear. But obviously he would have done his homework in this position.
You can see he's like white's used quite a bit more time than black, so it looks like Nick is familiar with this line, which is of course unsurprising.
Yeah. So I wonder, it's just really if you go back a move, whether I would maybe consider slowing a black down with move like d3. Yeah. So that if you go e4, I'm at least exchanging,
and then you could, for example, play knight to g5 if that, and then make a threat. Yeah, good point. Yeah. And then knight d4 runs into the old queen takes f7 checkmate. That old trick. And also, of course, you're threatening to win this pawn. Although I guess I probably might have to go there now. Slightly artificial looking there, right? Knight c3. Definitely agree with you. Knight c3, or then knight d4. Queen d1 maybe. I just come back with a queen. Yeah. Very sharp position, but so Nick's gone for this pawn sacrifice, and Danny's move d3 makes a lot of sense there. I bet this is theory, right? This looks like some kind of weird theory, but
What do you do? Castles.
Castles.
Probably also a move, right?
Rook b8, attacking the queen.
Queen back to d1 because you want to put the queen away where it's not going to keep getting
Not-
attacked.
And it doesn't have really any other squares, does it? Now e4, and the knight goes back to e1. So white's piece is making a nice little. Just needs to go bishop h1. And then he's got a little pattern going on there. And Nick's gone h5.
I bet this is still his prep, right? You wouldn't play a move like h5 unless you prepared it.
It's a very
or you-
typical thing to do in terms of now that knight's gone to go for the h4.
Yeah.
I imagine is white played? White's. This is as far. It seems as we've got.
Well, I mean,
So you'd probably expect something like d3 here.
yeah. So the question is actually, can you go back a move?
Sure.
The question is, do you react to h5? Because h5, we've seen this kind of thing a lot in modern chess now. Alpha Zero is throwing its h pawn forward. So Magnus Carlsen. Actually, if you look at Magnus Carlsen's blitz games online, he just seems to play h4 or h5 in every single one of his games, right? So if he's doing it, obviously it must be a good idea. And he said himself that he's influenced a lot by the computer.
Yeah.
But h5,
So one way you could obviously naturally stop that would be to play h4 yourself as white.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
in this particular position,
But your king side structure is now looking a bit shaky. Like, you know, if you ever go f3, your g3 becomes very weak.
so what black might consider even playing something here like, I was wondering about something like knight g4. And then my kind of semi-point was if you were now to play f3, I might give you a check.
Yeah, right. Caveman style, yeah.
And then you're going to probably have to play e3.
Right.
And then I thought I might just take your pawn and give my knight that square
Yeah.
on g4 for the long
Yeah.
for the
Maybe,
long term.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, and maybe something to attack the g3 pawn now would be sensible, like queen c7.
This doesn't look good for white. I don't think you
No,
can play
I
like
don't think
this.
this looks very good for white.
So I think I think you're right. D3 is the most logical, unless you go H3, but that's obviously also got some kind of downside. But after D3, it would continue, I guess, H4.
Yeah,
And how would white play
I
then?
imagine white will take that central pawn off while he has a chance.
But why can't you go knight C3 instead of taking the pawn?
Okay, knight c3.
Because I can always take that pawn later, right?
Okay, and now one question that you would always have to decide between is whether to play h3, which would obviously push the bishop back, and you've spoiled the pattern by playing knight c3, Danny, there. In that respect, for me, that's a big shame. But you could do that, or you could. But then the problem is, of course, you've blocked the h file for yourself.
I don't think you ever go h.
So you would almost always be wanting to take that pawn.
And then you have to take with the H pawn, right? 'Cause
take
you-
with the h pawn. And now,
But maybe E3 is now a move because you can't really take with the bishop because of D4, and then if you take with the F pawn, then we still got this problem with the weak G
this could
pawn.
be an extremely good move. It
Might be.
Might just lose a pawn, but it might just be a very good move.
And if you take, I go Queen C7 and go for the checkmate.
So this is a nice idea. So bishop takes can be met obviously with d4 here. I don't think there's anything there that's being missed. So f takes looks okay. It's not the only move. You could play something like f4 or knight f3 or something. But let's just say you took on e3 here.
Well, I think it might be the only move because F4 you get D4 and then that pawn's embedded
Right. Okay.
and looking very shaky
And
for white.
Danny suggested maybe queen c7 here to attack this guy down here.
So it starts getting very, very murky.
Ooh,
Maybe
it
there's
does.
moves like Rook F6
Yeah.
and then Knight D5 and
It's very interesting. Here
the
we
sort of
could-
thing you'd have to calculate in the game. Would that work? Like
That's why then knight takes d5.
Queen G3, does Knight
Queen
F6
takes
check?
g3.
If you don't get mated, probably white's doing quite well, but obviously there's a danger you might just get.
Might just get yeah.
Maybe I'll just take on D7 and hit you with Queen A4, but Queen A4 is dropping E1, so actually not so simple.
So always with a bishop like this defensive bishop on g2, you're thinking about, can I exchange off the light squared opponent of it? Because if I do, let's just say we took that one and now black starts to try somehow to attack the king. It's actually not that easy to get at me.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring my knight back into the defence if I need to. So I quite like White's position here.
Really? King takes d7?
Okay.
Oh no, just going bishop d6 and going to checkmate.
Right, let's go here.
But queen e1 check.
Oops, forgot about that one. So, okay, let's get...
Now I go bishop d6 and I'll set up the old rook h1. Oh no, it doesn't work. I'm forgetting the knight.
Doesn't quite threaten rook
Still,
h1.
I'm threatening rook b g8.
You were threatening to attack my bishop lots of times.
It just looks super scary for white, right? This is not really what you want out of the opening.
Okay.
But I think you see now why Nick is such a good player, and you know he's so well prepared, and he's prepared. I would probably get some tiny advantage as white against low-rated player. As black, I might get some tiny edge in the end game, and then fail to convert. Whereas he's just going to try and checkmate the guy in the early middle game because it's great preparation.
Okay, so just to update, as far as we can see, h5 is the position on the board still.
Yeah.
And white is having quite a long think about what he wants to do.
But also you see into his approach. So he's deciding, right, you know, I'm not going to mess around in this tournament. I'm just going to go for it. And I realise I've got to win these kind of games. If I'm going to keep pace with Adams, you know, I can't afford to like play in a quiet way. I'm going to play really aggressively.
As you were saying before, the British, although it probably doesn't feel like it to everybody, but with it being only 9 rounds, you actually likened it a little bit to a sprint in terms of you need to build your points quick, and that's what gives, I think, probably everybody a little bit more of a chance, shall we say, in this event. You know, if it was 11 rounds, Adams would be a heavier favourite than he is in 9 rounds.
Exactly, because I remember last year I was on, I started with 3 out of 3, which was great, but I lost to Brandon Clark, and then won in round 5, so I was on 4 out of 5, but Keith was ahead of me at 4.5. I remember we went down to a cafe in Torquay and we were having like a drink or whatever, and I was getting increasingly irritated by his sort of like, you know, he was how happy he was and how, you know, I was thinking I should be ahead at this point and he's ahead.
Right.
And I remember thinking that, but also I remember thinking if I then slip up and he wins, I'm kind of out of it. He's going to win the tournament, right? So it's like, yeah, you're in a kind of, as you say, cutthroat situation already, because if you lose a game early on, you can't afford any more slip-ups then. So like, whereas 11 rounds, you could maybe afford to lose a game, and you would still have a reasonable chance.
Yeah. Okay, this is where we are in this particular game. Let's move on to Daniel Fernandez, who we've mentioned before. So again, we'll go from the beginning. So Daniel is white against Mohammed Ismail. Knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c3, bishop f5, queen b3.
Looking a little bit like the Nick Pert game, with the bishop going to f5, the queen going to b3, right?
Queen c8 to defend the pawn. Now bishop g5. Okay. Now you can't. I'd like to play knight to e4, but I can't because my d pawn hangs, unfortunately.
Right. So probably knight bd7 or c6. Yeah. Yeah, c6 is a good move.
Take. Okay. Voluntarily giving up the bishop pair, but doubling the pawns, and that's. It looks like that's where we're up to in this particular game.
It looks like a little bit like a Tromposky, because obviously the Tromposky white goes bishop g5, takes on f6. And the Tromposky has been shown many times to be absolutely nothing for white. So, can Fernandez show any kind of advantage?
You mean with those pawns doubled up?
With anything.
With anything.
You know?
With anything. Yeah.
I played a Tromposky the other day. You know what I played a Tromposky? I drew that game actually, I think. I played it against a French guy called Pierre Laurent or something like this.
Okay.
Paoli. He's about 25-30, but he's a GM elect.
Right. Okay.
And the reason I played Tromposky is because I had a dream the previous night. Roy Hodgson appeared in my dream, the former England football manager. So I thought that must be a sign I need to play the Tromposky, because Julian Hodgson always used to play the Tromposky when he was an several-time British champion as well, right?
Yeah, 4-time I think.
3 or 4 times, yeah. And he would always give up the bishop pair, willingly give up the bishop pair, and then play against the weaknesses. So something like knight d2 is on the radar here, or
Yep.
could you even maybe lose the tempo and go c4 at some point? Maybe not here, but maybe knight d2 and c4 is possibly, or e3.
And where do you think he might develop his f1 bishop to?
Yeah, so you either go g3 and bishop g2, or you go e3 and
Bishop e2.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, what would you do here?
I think I'd
Adam?
probably put it on g2.
So that you later on maybe knight 4 becomes an idea, and
c4 or
C4,
e4. Just it looks a little bit, potentially a bit more active.
I think black is fine here, objectively speaking, right? But the queen on c8 is slightly misplaced.
Yeah.
But having said that, the queen on b3, once that pressure's diluted on b7, the queen on b3 is also not really doing a great deal. So, you know, at some point, White would probably relocate that queen as well.
Yes. Although
But I think
takes
this,
a little bit of organisation to do that, doesn't it?
I think this is a game that will probably develop in the future, and we'll see what's going on. But I think for now, black is absolutely fine. Like, but Ismail's an interesting player as well. He's a guy who just came onto the scene during the COVID lockdown, and he's a young player. He's quite a talented player, and he's often getting performances way above his rating. So it'll be
It's not
interesting.
an easy game for Daniel at all.
No, it's a tough parent, and you're getting this a lot in English chess now. Every time I play an English tournament, I lose rating, because you've got all these underrated juniors. There's an underrated junior playing Harry Grieve, Jacob Conwell Boswell. There's so many of them around, so it's very, very hard not to lose rating.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody in the chat suggesting e3, bishop e3. E3, I'm guessing that's e3, bishop e2. Yeah, that's certainly not a bad suggestion at all. I just think probably the bishop on g2, because White has the opportunity eventually of probably playing c4 or e4, so a couple of pawn breaks possible there.
Yeah.
It gives that bishop maybe a little bit more life in the future.
So what about the
A lot of people asking why if Simon is playing in the British. He's not.
no.
When does Simon play? Well, they're already bored of us, Danny, in the chat. So I don't know. He's not playing this year. No, he's not playing this year.
No, Simon is generally doing a lot of commentary work these days. He doesn't get the chance to play as much as he probably would like to play. But
Yeah, he says he was telling me his he loves to go to Reykjavik to play in the Reykjavik Open
it's a
in
beautiful
April,
place. Right.
which I would definitely recommend to any of you guys out there if you've never been. It's a really, really good tournament, beautiful playing hall.
Yeah.
But then apart from that, he finds it a little bit difficult to.
I think English tournaments as well, they're not that attractive. They're often in bad places, and but you know, if you play foreign events, they're kind of often more attractive. But I must admit, when I came to this venue yesterday and I looked at the playing hall, I thought this is like probably the best playing conditions I've ever seen in a British tournament.
Okay.
So credit to the ECF for that.
Yeah.
And I would say one thing I would say is if you can't play well under those conditions, then you're probably not very good at chess, right? So, yeah. But what about this? Maybe the Harry Grieve game or the
Sure. Should we
Hebden
just
game?
for the sake? Okay. Should we?
Get Gasanov.
Let's go to Gasanov on board 4 versus Midun, who I'm not familiar with. I'm afraid.
I'm not very familiar with Gasanov either, to be fair.
Right. Okay. Other than
No, I did play him actually. I played him in the British Blitz Championships last year, and I think he's lived in England for quite a few years. And I played in it, and I really struggled at the start, and I was losing to people like Freddie Gordon, was obviously a very good player, very young player. And I lost to Mark Hebden. I lost to Jonah Willows, also playing this tournament. But I remember like Gasanov and Spielman were just racing. So I'm there with 2.5 out of 6, and they're racing it to like 5.5, 6 out of 6. I'm like, what's going on? I thought it was like one of the favourites this tournament, and I'm just getting like steamroller. This is just so. That's what I realised. I think the guy went on to win the tournament, so he's obviously, he's not a bad player at all.
Yeah.
Even though he's not a player that people are particularly familiar with.
Thanks, Loz. So Loz Cooper in the chat, who's just organised the Wood Green Invitational GM Norm tournament, says that is it Eldar Gasanov? I think it is. Eldar Gasanov played in that one last week.
Do you think? I mean, I know it's a bit of a rude question to ask, but do you think people like that should be allowed to play in the British Championships?
You mean, by people like that, you mean people who aren't English?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is an argument that there's also like an Irish player seemingly playing in this as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to be careful what I say here, but I do think that maybe we just let people in too easily, and if you say, like, for example, the Indian Championship, do they let people who aren't Indian in? Mm-hmm. Well, we seem to let a lot of people who aren't necessarily don't seem to have played in England for very long.
Yeah, it's a good question. I will try at some point to check the sort of eligibility criteria, unless one of you in the chat knows the answers to this question anyway.
But somebody said Ireland's part of the UK. I thought the Northern Ireland was, but not the Republic of Ireland, right? Is that right? Or
yes, I think so.
I mean, unless we're talking about the British Isles, which obviously that would also include Ireland. But I'm slightly confused. I feel like...
okay, interesting. So Midden won the Major Open last year to qualify. Okay, huh?
Right.
How did he get into the Major Open?
How did he get into the Major Open? Yeah, we're letting people win too easily for the Major Open.
Okay, anyway. C4, D4, G3. So another one of these C4, C5, Bishop G2, Knight C6 castles, E5. Sorry, grabbing space.
Yeah. E4 is a very interesting move. I mean, that's a move of a confident player. I probably wouldn't go E4. I'd be worried about closing the position up against a low rated player.
Bishop E7, D3, Bishop E6, Knight A3. Okay, developing the knight down to C2. Most likely to try maybe at some point to play B2, B4. And now black's just gone G5.
Oh, of course, this is Gasanov playing black. Yeah, very aggressive move, G5. And I did think E4 was a bit of a strange move from a player of Gasanov's level.
Now, will we see H5?
Yeah, this is what people are playing now. Chess players are like sheep. We all follow trends, right? We all do the openings that are popular. We're all following the trends. Everybody's going H5, H4. Actually, one thing I did recently, I was writing a book which should be published fairly soon.
Oh, what's it called? Or can you not tell us?
I've forgotten the name of it already. I think it's going to be for Thinkers Publishing.
Right.
And it's something like Gormali's Tournament Battle Manual or something like this. And I was talking about how people would drop off and their accuracy level, past the time control. Because one thing I noticed with Magnus Carlsen, when I did his games, his accuracy level would actually go up. So it's obviously very physically fit, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas my accuracy level would often drop off. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I noticed as well, when I did some of the games, I was going off a very small sample. Often mistakes would come with pushing the H-pawn or the A-pawn at the wrong moment. So people would often go willy-nilly with the H-pawn, assuming that the computer would love this move. And the computer didn't always love that move at that particular moment. But I agree with you, like here, H5 is... But maybe H5 would just be met with F4.
I think it will. I think that's exactly what will happen. So H5 certainly is tempting. The knight's just gone back. We might be looking to play H4 straight away, or maybe even G4 first. But White has the ability to immediately start to break here himself with F4, and that's a little bit awkward to figure out how to meet. I guess you would probably... What would you do? Would you take with you at G-pawn?
Yeah, but without the rook coming to G8, it kind of... I feel like this has gone wrong for black, right?
Yeah, I think that is likely going to come next move?
I think Midden, I could be wrong, I think Midden works for Goldman Sachs.
Do you?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
He's a very, very bright guy.
So-
Even more money than me, if that's
If that's
possible.
Okay, yeah. So a couple of people in the chat. Thank you for that. Sort of saying that criteria is that you have had to live in this country for 12 months.
But doesn't that seem a very short period? I just don't agree with that rule. I feel like, you know, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit, you know, what you call it, old-fashioned, but I don't know. I think we let people in our British Championship too easily. It's my opinion, but you know, I could become the next. Who was that guy who got the sack? Smirrin. Got to be careful
Yes,
what I
he
say.
did
I
got
could
the
be the
sack.
next Smirrin. Yeah, it was kind of.
So Black's thinking in this position. I suppose another move that he would certainly be considering is maybe just playing G4 now. With the idea being that now if you play F4, I have an additional option of exchanging en passant.
Yeah.
And that doesn't give White quite the same amount of...
True, but that's kind of a passive option, right? Like G4 is not really an attacking move.
Right, okay.
So I feel like White has done correctly, even though it's kind of it looks a bit of a weird setup with this E4 stuff. It seems to be, but would Queen D7 not be a logical move if the knight's gone to E1? So you're setting up,
Okay, yeah.
you're setting up a bishop H3, right? Trying to exchange off a defensive piece.
Queen D7. And let's say I still play F4 just because it looks
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, that's true.
The
I'm
right way
annoyed
to
by
do it.
F4. I don't like it.
And now if you were to try to get your bishop to H3, let's say I took and then went bishop H3 or something like that, then I don't know, like it doesn't look to me like Black's well enough developed.
It's quite
to
a
make
funny
this.
queen trap here. Queen H5, bishop G4, right? You queen's trapped.
That's nasty. That's very nice. Queen H5 was the first move I thought about. But then bishop G4 is the end.
It's the end, yeah.
It's the end.
My only friend, the end. As Jim Morrison once said. That's Simon's favourite song, by the way.
Is it?
I think so, or one of his favourite songs.
He certainly likes the Doors. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, bishop H3. What else could you play here?
Well,
You
Queen
could play
F3, then
Queen
you don't.
F3
Queen
or-
F3 makes some logical sense, right?
Queen
Because
F3,
you
and
wanna
after
kinda
bishop takes, you just take it back with your
take about a
knight.
knight. It seems quite good for White, this position, but no. You've got weaknesses though, because when you take on E5, take about a knight. I'm also hitting D3 as well as a queen. So, yeah, I feel like this game is again another game where we're going to see. I'm seeing chess. I'll be honest with you. I don't understand either of these games that we've seen so far. Like I don't understand. I've never seen the opening. I think I've seen the opening in the Nick Pert game. That vaguely looks familiar. But what about the Harry Grieve game? Because Harry Grieve is defending champion.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Goblin is here. I'll make a note of that. We could well switch on coordinates, possibly in a break, or certainly for the next round, if people find that that's useful, for sure. Yeah, okay, let's look at the game of Harry Grieve. So, move on. So, of course, well, for those who don't know, Harry Grieve is the reigning British champion. He won the title last year.
Yeah, Harry's a very well prepared player, and he also plays very quickly and confidently, and he's just a very good player.
And are you a bit surprised he's not pushed? I don't know, like what his rating profile has looked like over the last year. But are you a bit surprised he's not closer to 2,500?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I mean, there's quite a few good young players who are trying to become GM, but I think it's now, and we were talking about this earlier about the rating system seems to be slightly broken now.
Yeah.
That the problem that Harry's facing, and a lot of good young players are facing, is yes, they're young, but then they're playing in tournaments, often where they're facing even younger players. Like Indian players are often very underrated now. You're playing in a lot of opens in Europe, and it's just not easy to gain points. And I think now it's much harder to become a GM now and get GM norms. One player who has been doing very well recently is Amit Gartzi. I believe is from either from the Birmingham area or the Leicester area originally.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actually got 2 GM norms at the age of something like late 30s.
Yes.
Very
And
recently.
he's only just made those 2 GM norms.
He didn't have a GM norm before, but now in his late 30s, he's suddenly about to become GM. He only needs 1 more norm. He's already got the rating. So I feel like, yeah, if you're a younger player like Harry, and you're looking at that, and you think, well, you know, if that guy can do it, and he's in his 30s, late 30s, I should be able to do it, right? There's no excuse.
Harry also, I believe, has 2 GM norms.
Yeah, but he should be getting GM like pretty much now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's already been British champion, and there's no more excuses anymore. Come on, Harry, let's get to it.
Shall we go to the start, or would you like to just go from here? Should we go from here?
Let's just go from here.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to go back.
Okay. So let's see. This looks like, just from my kind of quick visual, it looks like it was most likely E4, E5 opening, probably a Royal Lopez.
Yeah.
Bishop coming out to B5 and eventually dropping back around to C2. And Harry has just played the move Bishop takes F6, which is going to be met by Queen takes F6.
Knight H2 will be played a la tempo.
And that's got quite a nice idea behind it, which is that I think what Harry is looking for sort of long term is if he can get his knight to E3, he's going to be extremely happy because...
but maybe knight D2 as well, Adam. Knight D2 is also a move, right?
Right, so there's 2 ways to go. Danny was definitely considering going around this way, but there's also, of course, going around this way. Excuse all the arrows.
There's even Bishop A4 here. There's also, we're talking about Canada moves. There's 3 very promising Canada moves. They all look better for white.
Yeah.
Knight D2, Knight H2, and Bishop A4.
Yeah, I like Bishop H. I actually like Bishop A4 because it's just so logical to try and also, not only is the pawn on C4 weak, but of course there's a battle going on here for D5. And
but after Knight D2, how do you defend the pawn? Let's say I went Knight D2. How do you actually defend the pawn?
Okay, that's a good
So
question.
just try to crudely win a pawn, because a pawn is a pawn, right?
Pawn is a pawn. And is there even a way? I could play Queen E6. It's not a move I'm desperately happy to play, but it's possible. I can't go Bishop B5 because you're going to go A4. And D5.
Well, my original idea was to take and go Bishop E4 and then try and... But now Rook D8 is kind of annoying.
Rook D8.
But probably still good for white.
Something like this. Or Queen E2 also, perhaps?
Queen E2, Bishop E6.
Knight takes C4.
Rook C8.
Okay. Right, so Danny wants to try and...
Oh, you have Knight E5 maybe.
98 C5 is a nice trick. I also wondered if we could just go there.
E4?
Take it with my queen?
You have Queen H7.
Yeah.
Right.
It's mate on
Carried
H7.
away. Yeah, you're right. So all this he has to consider. This is often the most difficult thing in chess when you have several. Well, I find it very, very difficult in chess when you have several very promising moves, right? And they all look really, really tempting. So how do you choose between them? It normally comes down to how good your calculation is. Well, Harry's calculation is really, really spot on. So I would expect him to come up with a good move here.
Yeah.
And they all look very. So yeah.
So this has happened. Queen takes F6 has happened, and now certainly a knight move to D2 or H2 looks.
What about Queen E2? Is that also another possible candidate move?
Just trying to get the pawn like that. That's absolutely sensible as well. I was thinking about whether or not I could just try and use the fact that I might have some discovered attack on your queen. Like I was thinking something like Bishop A4.
Yeah.
You drop away and I take and try and attack your C3 pawn here. Or play D5, is it possible?
Quite an E4 and just give up.
Well, I was just going to take on B4 actually.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. As somebody was saying in the chat, the ECF brought in the rule to try and guarantee an English winner. then had to watch as the title went to Scotland for the first 4 years. Rowson 3 years running, then Agard. Yeah, that's true, but I think eventually they started not really inviting Scottish players as well. So they realised you had to. But it's true that like people like Adams didn't play those years, and people like Nigel Schultz, Sadler.
Yeah.
So we could have had a different. Obviously, Rowson was a very strong player as well. Well,
Yes,
still is.
absolutely.
But he won the British Championship 3 years in a row, which is an incredible
It's
achievement.
nice to see Jonathan Rowson playing a little bit again.
Playing
in the full NCL.
He's a well-established writer as well. He's written some very good chess books like Seven Deadly Sins and
Yeah. Understanding the Grimfield.
Understanding the Greenfield, if that's even possible.
Exactly. I read that. And still
Someone's
don't
talking about Anand playing in the British Championships. Like Anand played, and there was some story about him play really, really quickly. Like he would, at that time, he was quite young, and he would like play.
Okay.
He would beat GMs using 5 minutes on his clock.
Really? Oh, okay.
Because he's just a level above, most players. So yeah, he could get away with that.
I like Bishop A4.
I think they're very promising. Something's gone wrong here in this opening for Black. Something's gone wrong. I think I'm not exactly sure what the opening was, but it feels like it hasn't been prepared very well by Black. So
Yeah.
but this Boswell is another very dangerous junior player, and he's another one of these kids who are just sucking points out of established players like me.
But it looks like probably in this particular sense he might not be sucking any points out of Harry Grieve.
Probably not.
At the
Probably
moment.
not. But it's early days.
Very early days, absolutely. Shall we move on?
Let's move on.
Let's move on. What else have we got? Well, let's see your... Don't want to say anything about dark horse for the tournament, but
My tip.
your tip. Okay,
Mark
let's
Hebden,
call
yeah.
it. Your tip. Mark on board 6.
I do have to say though with Mark, he will be a bit tired though because he played at seniors event. I know Keith Arkle, who also played in the seniors, he didn't do very well actually by his own standards. But he's played in the seniors, which I think is a sensible decision. But I think Mark, it would be kind of ridiculous for him to play in a seniors event when he's playing his home. You know, he's got a chance to win the British in his hometown.
Yeah.
I think in that situation he has to play in the main event.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as we've I think already mentioned, he's actually had some really good results recently.
Yeah.
His rating is it's not desperately. I'm sure he won't be satisfied with his rating level, but he's certainly had some good results.
Well, I just think he probably realised that everybody else is very, very difficult now to get a decent rating because obviously he's older for one thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, we've seen this kind of deflation in chess, and FIDE have actually just released a kind of a press release where they're saying that they're going to change some of the rules about ratings, and they're going to bump everyone below 2,000 up quite a few points, and they're also going to change the rule about you can't gain points if you're playing people who are like 400 points or lower than you. So that's welcome news. I think the doyen of rating deflation is actually Keith Arkle, who was banging on about deflation many, many years ago. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. Let's get to the game.
We can go off on tangents, Danny. We've got enough time here. Anyway, so we have here Mark playing Black against Savas Marin Stoicher, who again I believe is a junior player. Don't know too much about him, but I think he's under 15, under 16, something.
Name
of that
sounds
age.
Romanian, so they must have some Romanian heritage.
Yes.
Originally.
So Mark has always played and is very much an advocate. He will play the King's Indian against anybody. How old is Mark Hebden now?
64 or 65, I think.
Is he? Okay.
But he, that is another question. Is it a good idea to just play the same openings, or do you move? I mean, I tend to move around a bit. I don't really have a recognised defence against d4, but if you move around a lot, the danger is you you sort of like have some understanding, but you never have really deep understanding. Whereas with Mark, he really understands the King's Indian very, very well.
Yeah, I think he works very hard on that narrow repertoire to make sure it's as watertight, if you like, as it can be.
I think Mark's a very good player. I think if he's got probably an Achilles heel now, is that obviously he's a bit older, he will get tired and possibly get a little bit sloppy in the technical phase, which obviously when you're playing against people like Adams can be a crucial factor.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he'll probably get away with it against the low rate players. But that will be the key thing. Can he show that accuracy against the high rate players?
Okay, so we've got bishop e2 castles, bishop g5. So this system is intended to discourage black from making his normal e5 and c5 pawn breaks. For example, I think e5 in this position is just a blunder, right? Because of take.
Yeah, it's well known to not be a good move. Yeah, and then knight d5,
and then knight jumping into d5, or actually now I think about it, you could even take on f6 first, couldn't you?
You probably, that would actually be, but there is knight d7 there,
right?
And then when you take on the c7, I go rook b8.
Right. Yes. Okay. So knight d5, and black's can crawl on with knight d7, but it's horrible. So this is what this bishop e2, bishop g5 system is, of course, designed to stop. Mark played c6. Flexible move. We see it quite a lot in King's Indians. You often see it combined with a6, b5 type thing. So that's definitely something to consider now. Knight f3. Knight a6.
Yeah.
Okay. Castle. h6. Bishop comes back. Looks like that's encouraging knight g4, but then I guess you go all the way back probably.
Yeah, I think you'd go all the way back, and then you'd prod with h3 and gain a tempo.
Yeah, all the way back.
Yeah.
e5, d5, f5. Very, very typical. When the centre gets closed down, f5 is, of course, always...
Very important break for black and the Kings. And you need that f5 in your locker, right?
That move looks a bit strange.
Looks a bit weird to me, I agree, yeah. But I think it probably still some kind of preparation. He wants to prepare knight h4, so... I feel like this is some kind of prep, maybe.
Knight h4 is an interesting idea.
Would you go g3 if you didn't prepare it? I don't think he would play g3. He's probably too good a player.
Yeah.
Feels like some kind of prep to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is computers now, it's like every move is almost playable, right? They're just... All these ugly moves that we never would have played, 20 years ago, they're just pumping them out for fun, right?
Although he's got under an hour on the clock, so... It's not like he's blitzing his moves out.
Okay, right, cool.
So, again, quite a committal decision in that white's taken on f5. I can't really see anything other than knight h4 as an idea here.
Knight h4 seems like a good move to me, and but I think knight h4 you would leave the bishop. I don't think you'd go bishop h3 because of knight g6, and yes. White would even be happy to sacrifice exchange. Probably.
And it doesn't even need to, right?
Well, there's bishop takes. And
then there's bishop takes e2, of course.
So I think you'd give out the exchange here, but then you'd be quite happy because.
So just to show that, bishop takes rook, and we'll take back, I suppose, with the queen.
Probably the queen, and then go queen h3 quickly.
I wondered about bishop takes with exactly your same idea of putting my bishop on. On e6.
I think this is really bad for black. I don't think you can.
Both ways look promising.
I think after knight h4 you have to play some other move, but can I change my tip? I'm not really liking black's position after knight h4, but it might be okay. It might be okay.
So I suppose one other question I had was: is now g4 a threat?
Yeah, queen e8 maybe here. Oh no, queen e8 is taken on c6 and d6 is weak. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if g4 is a threat. Let's try and make some move that allows me to go g4. Let's play something like knight c5.
Yeah, g4 is knight g4, right?
Right, exactly. So we're just going to use this little trick and take on g4.
Well, then knight f5, gf5, bishop g4, fg4, queen g4, and then threatening bishop h6.
Okay, so to show that, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, all looks forced, pawn takes and queen takes, and...
Still not that clear because king h7
you have to do something with his king.
Bishop e3, rook f6, king h1.
Okay,
Continues.
so something like this to try and hassle that knight, and Danny's now suggesting rook f6, making a fairly unsubtle threat. King h1, and if rook g6,
Queen f5.
probably queen f5.
Yeah. Queen d7 I can trade, and then probably just stick a knight on e4 or rook d1, and
Yeah.
white can never really be worse, I don't think.
And actually, by the way, I'm not actually desperately rushing here to exchange queens as white. What about something like queen h5 and rook g1?
But also g4 was like an impatient move. Did you really even have to go g4? That was the other question. I mean, what was black threatening with knight c5? Probably very little, right?
I just thought if it works, it works. But
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you. But it's like maybe you could just take and go queen c2, right? I think Mark will be terribly tired after this playing the seniors event. So it's a bit of a test for him here. He's playing like a dangerous junior. And yeah, it might be that Keith's made the right decision playing in the seniors, because obviously you're playing against a weaker opposition, right? In the seniors event, well, in theory, a slightly weaker opposition. Still a tough tournament, actually. There's quite a strong field, but
yeah,
playing in the British, having just played like 9 games in a row or whatever, it's a tough ask. I find myself, I don't know if you find this, Adam, I get very, very tired now, like when I'm playing tournaments. It's very tiring, and
I don't play any tournaments now, so
No.
I've got no problem.
Smear in the room.
Sure, of course.
I mean, the thing is...
Knight h4 to me looks problematic.
yeah. What does the engine say here?
Oh, I don't know how you even turn the engine on, Danny.
What happened to the eval bar? Everybody loves
Yes.
the eval bar.
Oh, that's true. Everybody loves the eval bar. Does everybody love the eval bar? Not everybody, but we might, maybe in a break, we might consider
But anyway, regardless of what the engine says, I mean, I would prefer to be white here.
adjusting.
But
adjusting
he's
our
thinking,
settings.
what is he thinking about? Has he not spotted knight h4 or what? I don't understand what he's thinking about here.
Yeah.
And maybe there's something I'm missing in this position, but it feels like knight h4 is big edge for white.
Perhaps just queen d7?
Queen d7,
Perhaps
right?
just go queen d7.
Yeah, that makes some sense.
And then
If I trade, you take back with a g pawn, I
I would
guess.
think so, yeah.
And you're not concerned about a move like f4 because you could either put the rook on e8 or you could go e4 and...
Yeah, so this would be a pretty typical move to play in this position to halt those pawns in their tracks, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then the question is, I would always find this like quite a difficult question to answer myself, is whether or not I should be playing e4 or not. Sort of fixing the pawn structure, giving away this square, but taking a little bit more sort of security, I would say, there as black.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, then definitely white is considering strongly capturing this pawn.
I mean, in general, it just feels like white's calling the shots here. But I mean, I guess we'll see what happens. What about, is it worth looking at some other games? Because
Sure.
there's still very interesting games.
Yes, of course.
Is there a reason why you took with the bishop early, not you?
That's a good question. So, question from our audience is that in this position here, after pawn takes pawn, why Mark didn't take back with his g pawn? That's an extremely sensible question because, of course, now, certainly for the moment, f4 is not possible.
Yeah.
I would think that white will still go knight h4,
I think knight h4 is what he was concerned about, yeah. And then f4 anyway will come.
and are we saying that that bishop would prefer to have been exchanged off rather than be sitting behind this pawn on f5? I mean, you could try playing something like f4, I suppose, to free it, but then knight g6 looks a bit annoying amongst other
or even
things.
just take bishop h3, like any move would be good, I think. Take on e5, for example. You've always got king h1 and
Sorry, so you want to just take my pawn?
take the pawn, so bishop h3, maybe rook e1. But it's true that maybe knight e4 is coming in somehow, so maybe maybe a move like knight e4 here on.
Knight e4 by black, really sharpening things up, obviously hitting this knight over here on on this square, and then if I take you take on h4, and for the moment my
Yeah.
pawn on f4 is pinned.
So, Simon Williams would play this kind of position as black. He loves to kind of just open up the FR as black and plays a Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I'm surprised as Simon he plays a Dutch. He doesn't play the King's Indian a bit more because King's Indian you go for this F5 pawn break, but he kind of maybe in a better version.
Yeah.
Okay. His past pawn says the engine on chess 24 prefers white, as you say, Danny. After
well,
bishop takes knight 4. So at least my evaluation button is still there.
Yeah, so maybe the people in the chat can keep us up to date with evaluation if we need it for the moment. That would be nice. Okay, let's move on to board 7, Matthew Wadsworth versus Thomas Villiers. Matthew Wadsworth, another very, very active player and somebody who is definitely trying to make Grandmaster, the Grandmaster title, shall we say.
Yeah. He got
very
the
kind of
2490,
actively.
but again, he's suffered from the same problem we were talking about earlier, that he's playing a lot of these opens with these underrated kids. So you think, well, he's a kid. Well, obviously he is compared to someone like me. Like a dinosaur, sauropod, theropod or whatever. But, he's playing a lot of these opens and then his ratings plummeting. So actually Brandon Clark, who's in a similar kind of boat, is funnily enough playing in the major open, which is an interesting decision because I think he's decided that actually the best way to play is just play the really low rated players and just keep beating them and get your rating to 2500 that way.
Okay.
So, but yeah, Wadsworth, I played him in the English Championship recently. He beat me, but it was a very bad game by me because I got my queen trap. But I recognised from that game he was very well prepared and very confident player. So I think he's a very good player.
Well, let's quickly whip through the opening then. So Matthew was white against Thomas Villiers. So
Yeah.
he had a sort of English symmetrical position. Castles e5. A3, which is pretty typical to now play for B4,
Just B4, yeah.
A5, D3, 97, 91. So sometimes the plan here with 91 is to reroute this guy over here.
Yeah, I don't know. So with Matthew, he does play a lot of these quiet systems, but they're effective because the problem is it's very difficult to play against these kind of lines if you're black. Because they're not, if you play against if you're Sicilian players black and they're playing mainline Sicilian, they're giving you a target to some degree. Whereas if you're playing all this quiet stuff like Reti, you're creeping forward, you never get any target.
Okay.
It's very frustrating to play against those kind of players, in my opinion,
Yeah.
as black. Because how do you win the game, or how do you even play?
Another person who springs to mind who plays in that way a lot and is very successful is Amit Ghazi.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Plays a lot this sort of style of we wait till the middle game, we wait for developments, then the fight really begins.
Somebody was praising Richard Retty the other day on Facebook, and I made a comment. I said this guy gave rise to many bores, and nobody seemed to appreciate that comment. But
F6.
It's a harsh crowd.
Bishop e3. Okay, so it's a little bit provocative to play bishop g5 back to e3.
Yeah.
Castle, knight c2. Also, of course, blocks the plan, my little plan of knight e3, but never mind. Knight d5. Okay, jumping in. We obviously can't take that with our knight. Rook a6 looks a little bit strange.
Yeah.
b4.
Because you kind of wanted to play b4 anyway, right?
Yes, take, intermediate, queen takes AB, that's our position.
So the problem is now if you go CB, I go rook a6, ba6, and then bishop c6 and win a piece. So you've already...
Just obviously show that, take, and bishop takes c6.
Yeah. But can you take on b4 with a knight potentially, maybe instead? It's also possible.
It's definitely something to consider.
But then I think he would take on b4, and after cb4, take on a6, take back, and then go queen a4, and then win one of pawns back. And this is kind of what White's whole system is, which is based on the idea that you kind of get the superior pawn structure where you've got more pawns in the centre. The pawns on the queen
And
side are
there's
very
two
weak.
weaknesses rather than... well, white doesn't have any weaknesses, of course, but
Yeah.
if I could somehow here save both my pawns, this would be a different sort. Or I suppose you might possibly say after, let's say, something like rook b8, queen a6, you know, is this such a weak pawn here, or is this going to be actually rather irritating for white to round up?
Yeah.
Should we say?
Yeah. B3 and
Yeah,
then,
B3,
rook
something
B1 no, rook B1. Yeah. So it's very double-edged now, but I think in favour of white, I think that pawn is actually quite weak because you can't play queen B7 because of the bishop on G2. So
I was somehow dreaming of having b2 and e4 and f5 very, very quickly. Let me try.
queen A3.
Is that it? You're just going to ruin my plan just as quickly as that? You probably are, aren't you? It's a bit of a shame.
I don't think this is a good. This whole variations, but I think Tom's in a bit of trouble
that's
here.
it. It's irritating.
I was chatting to him earlier. Actually, he's a nice guy, Tom. He does a bit of coaching as well. Yeah, he'll fill up against it in this game. He'll feel like I'm playing Wadsworth. He's
So
one
was
of the
that?
favourites.
So does that make rook a6 even more strange?
Yeah, I think
if it runs
maybe
into
he
these
didn't.
tactics.
He didn't anticipate B4. He underestimated white just playing B4 and giving up a pawn.
Can I? Or does it make any difference if I
No, you
chuck
of
that
course
in
you
and do
can,
it that
yeah.
way?
But I guess I would just go queen A4 at the end, and still you've got a problem with that B pawn.
Yeah, or queen a7 also.
I prefer queen A4. I just want to wipe out B4 because I feel like B7 will remain weak anyway.
Okay.
If I wipe out B4,
Yeah.
although actually maybe you can. Yeah.
What about wiping it out with your rook?
Also wiping out with a rook. Yeah.
That would probably make most sense. Well,
I-
it would run into d5 maybe at some point.
This whole opening just feels like it's been misplayed by black somehow. I think you were rook A6. I think you underestimated the dynamic potential of white just going B4, and I think he planned his slow idea of just bringing the rook to A8.
He's played knight takes b4.
Right.
Probably what else?
Right.
As much as
I mean,
anything.
I'm going to go for. I'm confident. Some of the other games don't look so clear to me, but I'm going to confidently predict Wadsworth will win this game.
I think we could fairly confidently predict something like this is going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it just looks horrible for black. I just don't really see any real upside to the position. This is what I'm saying when you're playing against Retty. I mean, what play does black have? You know, you're trying to checkmate the white king.
Mm-hmm.
How can you ever checkmate white here? You've got no play on the king side.
Yeah. You're going to suffer
You
on the queen
basically,
side.
all the players happening on the queen side where white is much better.
Yeah.
So you can't play like this. Somehow, I don't know where he's gone wrong, but he's clearly gone wrong. But, you know, it's easy to criticise when you're watching.
Okay.
Okay, 6 is a mistake. I mean, strategically, it doesn't seem to contribute very much.
Well, as I said, I think his slow plan was he wanted to bring the rook to A8 to discourage B4, but what he's underestimated, white could just go B4 immediately. And he didn't understand that, you know, we didn't appreciate how dangerous that was. But yeah, should we check the Richard Pert game? Maybe?
Sure. Yeah.
Because Richard's like.
So we'll try and have a look at
Willow.
every. Well, let's see. But we're up to board 8 now. I've checked it, most of them quite briefly so far. And we've been going about almost an hour and a half, so we might have a short break in a moment. But let's have a look at Richard's game first of all. So Richard, like his brother Nick, they like playing in the British. They don't play a huge amount anymore. But Richard in particular has two children, sorry, of course they're younger children, who are both very good chess players who are playing as well, and I guess for him must be really nice that he's able to support them and combine it with some chess himself.
Yeah, I think, well, Richard is one of these people. I mean, I know yourself, you know, you probably would have become a GM, but obviously you had other priorities. That you ended up doing the coaching, and rather than being a full-time player, because obviously the problem is if you're a full-time player, it's very difficult to make money around the 2400, 2500 level just from playing.
Yeah.
In fact, it's not just difficult, it's impossible. So therefore, people like Richard, you know, end up getting full-time jobs, which is quite sensible. But that's limited his ability to play in tournaments. Doesn't play enough tournaments to really get the GM title, I don't think. So I think now I would say that he's not going to become GM.
No.
But having said that, I thought the same about Gartsy, and he's kind of proved me wrong. So
Richard is my contemporary, so he's my year group. So I know a fair bit about this sort of year group with Richard and Nick, who are twins, and always been an extremely solid, like consistent player, but not kind of quite. I don't think, for example, he's ever made a GM norm.
I think he has got one GM norm, maybe.
Okay.
No, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, no, he did
So
get up to 2470. I think it was his highest, or 2460.
Not quite able to make those.
So I think if he had been a full-time player, he would have been GM by now. I mean, it does make a big difference if you can just commit yourself completely.
Thanks, Loz Cooper in the chat says yes, he does have one GM norm.
But in this position, I mean, F4 is a really good move by White, and I think that's put Richard in a bit of trouble.
Okay.
Well, not trouble, but I think you can't really take on F4. You're going to lose a piece. So what do you play? Like C5, maybe?
So maybe just to go back one move, if that's okay, back to this position. Black's last move was the castle, okay, but I would have thought one of the intentions might have been something like knight F4.
Yeah, or well, actually, just E5 by Black is a move that you want to play.
Or
kind
E5,
of open
right,
up the position,
of course,
right?
or E5. So F4 puts a stop to both of those for the moment,
F4 is an excellent move.
which is
People don't think prophylactically enough in chess that you kind of want to stop your opponent's plans, right?
yeah.
Now, I think C5 would definitely be considered by Black, but C5. Now, if you take knight takes, I then lose that bind over E5. So suddenly Black is.
Yes, the only thing to say there would be at least I get control of D4, but I don't think that's probably what White wants, to kind of swap control of D4 for the E4 square. It's not.
No, I
It's
mean
not
you could
so
play like this.
terrible.
You could play like this. It's not stupid.
And if not, C5 carries some intention of what are you going to do? You're going to just take my pawn?
I'm just making moves.
Just making moves.
That's all I do. That's all I ever do.
Just making good moves.
Yeah, maybe
okay,
C3.
possibly.
C3.
Yeah, exactly.
C3 is an option, right?
I would think Black is intending to take that pawn. C3 retains the structure, of course.
But I quite like White here. I must admit, I quite like. I mean, again, I'm going to evaluate this position. I don't have a computer. I'm going to say that White's better here. I just feel like
I'm going
White's
to
better.
just try being super annoying and see if it does anything.
Can someone in the chat tell me whether I'm right and whether White is getting an edge here? Please, somebody in the chat. Check this position and verify me. Confirm my ego.
Hi. Of course.
Oh, have I done something naughty again? Yeah, so G3 by White would then be on the agenda, driving a knight back, because the problem is if you're attacking like Black is trying to attack with a knight H4, you... I see somebody in the audience, James Poulton. I think you're originally from Leicester, is that right?
No, not from Leicester.
Oh, sorry. Another fact I've got wrong. I saw you were playing in the rapid play yesterday. How did you get on?
Yeah,
I saw your game against Andy.
yeah, that was a bit miserable.
Yeah. I wanted to go knight H4 with this, I thought, quite sneaky idea of queen G6, but
But if I
Don't
just
know
go
if it's-
G3 here and just try and drive you back?
sorry.
Could have taken the F pawn instead of knight.
Ah, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
But after C4, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. So C5, but I do think that White's better. I don't know what people think on the evaluation, but
I could go to A5, but that doesn't look like it's a very nice home for the knight, shall we say.
well, no, but knight A5 has got an irritating factor, isn't it? Knight on A5 always a very irritating move, right? Rook B8.
Okay, let's play it.
But the problem is, like, you are going to hit that knight now. You're going to go like bishop C7. So unless you got some kind of funky sacrifice with B3 and take on C4, I think you're probably going to be committed to B4, which doesn't look ideal at all, right? Weakening C3. But let's say I went B4 here. Let's play devil's advocate. I went B4 here. How would Black then make progress?
What about rook C8 and try and play B6?
That's a good way of making progress. Yeah. Yeah, I think this has gone wrong for white. You can't play like this. So C, I think
Play
C.
b5, but then just bishop c7.
Yeah,
Go
I
back
think
to that plan.
I think C5 is critical, Adam. And
c5 is critical, yeah.
yeah, I think that's a move that Richard would definitely be weighing up. But have we had any more moves? Because somehow we seem to. It
No,
seems
we don't
now we're
have.
getting 91 now. We seem to have a different position on the.
We have 91 castles f4 according to our chief
Oh,
Stockholm
okay.
feed.
And we got no more moves.
No.
So I'm wondering what else Black could play other than just going C5.
I mean, it looks crazy, and it probably is really ridiculous, but does that ever cross White's mind?
Bishop E4.
Yeah, it doesn't really, does it? Certainly not here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think you take probably then if there's this problem with F4, which James pointed out. I think you take on C5 and you try and do something with knight D4, but yeah, Black could probably just go bishop E4, and then he's probably going to get his break with E5 will eventually happen. So unless there's some weird stuff with B4 and bishop G4, but I don't really think so.
b4.
B4, knight
And the
D7,
intention is to then go bishop
G4.
G4, hassling the pawn on E6.
But even E5 is an option,
Yeah.
no? E5, knight E6.
E5, very sharp. So our intention is bishop takes knight. You take on D4, and then you can consider even D3 might be coming.
Yeah, bishop B2 though. Bishop B2, but there's knight F4 or something. I guess knight F4 should be okay for
Oh,
that.
bishop takes F4 also, no?
Or bishop F4, yeah.
It's threatened to take on H2.
Yeah. It's just gone wrong for white. You need these kind of positions where you play a move like F4, which is very bold, and you're really playing for control. You have to keep that control. So if Black goes C5 trying to undermine that control, then suddenly a move like F4 will kind of backfire on white because you're creating weaknesses.
Have you changed your opinion of the move F4?
No, I mean, you know, but somebody's saying in the other chat, in the Chess 24, can Adams win this? I think the bigger question was, will Adams not win it? seems to win it every year
I
that
think
he
maybe
plays.
is he talking about the game itself? I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. But should we go back there, maybe?
We can. That was Mr. Kevin Staveley who came in to have a chat. You hadn't done anything wrong, apparently.
Right.
Good news. Not yet, anyway. But apparently the feed on Adam's board is wrong.
Ah, right.
We can see if that's true or that's been sorted out.
Right.
So we had a
right.
quick look at this game earlier,
Right.
and hang on a minute. This doesn't look right.
Does look like the sort of position that Adams would play with white, actually.
So this is, I think, as far as we got when we were discussing it before. Bishop e7 like we expected.
Yeah, then E5, which
And
is
he went
one
for
of,
e5
one of the
straight
natural
away.
moves, yeah.
I was advocating d4 in that position, wasn't I? But,
Yeah, but
Okay.
yeah, but this is more like Adam's style, just to play for small edge.
Queen c7, rook e1, castle, queen f3, and it's a little bit awkward for Black to develop the pieces, right?
Yeah,
So-
Knight D7 is quite a clever move. The idea of bishop E7, you go knight E5 and you hit.
So just to show, so bishop takes here, it's going to be knight takes knight, and Black is going to regain.
And maybe that happened in the game, right?
No, it didn't
No,
happen. I don't think so. So knight takes knight. Bishop, queen has to take. Bishop takes, queen takes. Rook e3.
Right.
Okay. And queen goes back to c7.
So rook E3 is quite a clever move because you want to use the rook in an attacking sense. And I think with Adams, and you know, it's part of the reason why he's such a good player, he plays in a very simple way. You know, it's like simple. He's a very good positional player. You know, he's not trying to go for too much.
Yeah.
He's just playing simple chess and outplaying people collapsing because they can't handle playing it. A little bit like the way Magnus Carlsen plays, actually. So now a good counter move for white would either be to bring the other rook to e1, So again, we're talking about candidate moves.
Yep.
Queen h5 is certainly on the menu. The impatient queen h5 going for checkmate.
Yep. And I also kind of wanted just to throw in the mix possibly knight e4 as well as a.
You know what Keith Archer would play
As a
here
move.
instead of queen h5?
He would go queen g3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe he wouldn't here because he would probably dislike the fact that black has got a kingside pawn majority. G4 by white. No, I don't think he would go G4. I think you'd be too concerned about the idea of getting mated on the long diagonal. But I think rook e1 looks very logical.
To me, looks also like the one where black doesn't have a move that's, I mean, probably bishop d7.
Yeah, but then I can start thinking about.
And now that we've got both the rooks there, and e5 is not really on the cards. Now let's say, do you want to go queen h5?
Possibly, yeah. Well, I could have played that last. I mean, what was the actual? Just out of curiosity, what was the actual? Because I thought black could go queen f4 after queen h5. But now I'm noticing the c5 is hanging.
So c5 pawn hangs.
So what
Can't do
actual
that.
move do you play after queen h5?
I was wondering about f5. Don't like it.
No, it's probably a good move.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
f5, but then rook h3.
I'm going to then start trying to soften up these pawns like that, and then
Rook g3?
g3, yeah. King's going to have to move.
No, that's true. You could play like this.
Actually, you don't have a threat at the right at the moment, do you?
No,
I'm trying to
because
do
queen
clever,
h6 is queen g3, right?
So
But
queen takes h6
yeah.
could be met by queen takes g3 for the moment, which
Yeah, so maybe this is all. I think we said like with Adams.
you could play that though, for example.
Yeah, but I think with Adams, he's very good at keeping positional control, keeping that slight edge, and then only striking when necessary.
Yeah.
So I would expect to move like rook a to e1, just keeping the edge. Would seem logical, but obviously he's given it a think because a lot of calculation goes into this move. Knight e4 is maybe also on the agenda, maybe threatening some kind of knight f6 check.
Yes. That could be a really nasty idea.
Could I go knight e4 immediately? If you go f5, I go knight g5 and just hit the pawn.
Right. Okay. So knight here, and then one idea that Danny's just suggesting there, and let's maybe just try and point it out somehow.
b6.
B6 is hard to play anyway, though, unfortunately, but because of discovery.
Yeah,
Let's just play something silly to prepare b6.
Right.
And now, if we give a check on f6,
Yeah,
take with the queen, then
yeah,
can black
Stuff
survive?
like this is already present in the position.
Yeah.
But in that line after knight f6, Adam, you can actually maybe just go king
Just walk
h8, right?
and hide.
But then maybe knight h7 and then queen
Well, I
h5.
think you can also just go here, right? And just rook h3.
Right. Yeah, the big problems for black. And h6 is probably some kind of queen g5 maybe. h6 queen g5.
h6, queen g5. That's really showing off. What does it actually threaten?
Threatens rook h3.
It's a lovely move.
Oh, but you got queen e7, so I am showing off. Yeah, it's probably too much, yeah.
It's a lovely move. It deserves to work.
Deserves to work, but doesn't.
Well, I don't know. Queen e7, queen e5 might not be so bad, actually.
Yeah. No, it's all kind of dangerous for black. I just feel like somehow I feel
Hello, Chris in the chat. Chris Baker, sorry.
Yeah. Hello, Chris.
Also, I believe, I'm not sure if he played in the senior championship. Chris, do let us know if you've
Yeah,
just been
yeah.
to, I think was it Austria? Was that my imagination? Not sure.
Poland, I think.
Poland, was it? Okay. Yeah, this already, as you can see, is looking very dangerous. So I when knight e4 as a candidate, I was sort of thinking that black would probably want to play f5, and then
Because also,
knight
if you
g5.
go, but maybe you can go queen e7. Yeah, but then knight g5 and how actually I just play very concretely.
Do you want to go queen e7 here, or?
Oh, queen e7 here is a good move, but then queen f4, and I've got this bind, haven't I? I've set up this kind of bind on e5, right?
Or also, I was wondering queen h5 and bring the knight back via f3 and e5.
Also
and
possible, yeah.
just to show, it might not be the strongest, but just to
Looks pretty good.
reroute the knight in there, where he's not going to get moved anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't like. Somehow I feel this whole game revolves around. Black should have gone bishop g4 earlier. I don't know whether the computer was given that, but it felt like this whole idea going e6 was a little bit passive, and somehow didn't use his kind of good preparation. I think his first few moves he seemed to play really well, but then seemed to go a little bit passive with this e6 move, which is not bad, but then you have to play very accurately, and I don't think he's quite done that. So I think I would give a clear plus for white here.
The other thing I sort of wondered about is, do I have time, if you did want to play knight e4, do I have time to try and get my bishop out? Or is knight f6 still coming?
Yeah, I'm just going knight f6. Auto move. Auto knight f6.
Autopilot check.
Auto bet.
I still don't think I can take that.
No, but at least now you're coming h3, so you could go king h8 and queen h5, and you just take.
Let me just humour me for a minute. Let's just show me how you're going to checkmate me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing. I mean, I haven't seen anyway. Right?
Queen h6.
There probably isn't a checkmate.
No. Queen h6 being met by bishop f5.
Yeah.
G3, king here, and I just want one move to do this.
Yeah, I don't think Adams. As I say, he's not going to speculate unless he's absolutely certain. He generally doesn't sacrifice. Certainly not against lower-rated players, unless he's kind of. Yeah, he has gone rook e1. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's going rook e1. He's playing good positional chess. He's a patient person. He knows that the chance will arise later to maybe crack this game.
Yeah.
So there's no need to rush.
Yeah.
And if you already had the rook on e1 here, this would already be a much better variation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you'd probably be winning by force somehow.
I just wanted to see if black
Rook e6.
rook e6, queen g5, and then you're just going to play rook g6.
Probably,
yeah.
It's
Okay.
kind of running out of steam. Right?
Running out of steam for sure. Okay, so we like Mickey's position there already in the opening.
What about Jonah Willow? Is it worth looking at Jonah Willow? Because
We'll have a quick look at Jonah's game, and then if it's
Have
all
a
right, we'll
break,
go on a
have
break.
a
We've been
break.
going
Let's go
almost
there.
2 hours.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't like breaks. I just want to carry on.
oh, by the way, just rook e1, bishop d7 has been played, which is what we.
Yeah. That's logical. But I think Mickey will win this game. But obviously, that's a very easy prediction to make. He's like almost 500 points higher rated than the other guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be big favourite against anyone he plays in this tournament. But
Okay, so
yeah, he could. Do you think he could get 9 out of 9?
I think it's unlikely, very unlikely.
I think if he really tried to, he probably could. But it's there'll be 1 or 2 games he'll be trying to.
It's an interesting question. Somebody may know in the chat or in the audience as to has 100% ever been achieved in the British before?
I think Mike Adams did it at Canterbury, didn't
No, he got not at Canterbury. I think the best score he got was at Hull, where he got 10.5 out of 11, which is pretty good. He beat me. Well, obviously everybody beats me, but he beat Gawain Jones and he beat David Howe. So they were like the second and third seeds, or possibly David was the second seed.
If he drew with Peter Wells, maybe the last round.
No. He played last round of that tournament. I think he played against younger guy Martin Taylor, possibly, or something like that. But it would have been about
Canterbury.
like a 5-point downflow or something.
It definitely wasn't.
No, that was Hull. That was Hull.
Oh,
no, not Hull. Sorry, that was Bournemouth. Bournemouth, he got 10.5. Sorry.
Right.
He played Martin Taylor in the last round, or someone like that.
I managed to get half a point off him in Canterbury.
Yeah. Canterbury, no, but I think the best score he got was at Hull. Sorry, Bournemouth, where he tied June Hodgson's record. And I think there was Hull, but he came equal first with Luke McShane, beat Luke McShane in the playoff.
Okay. We trust you.
You trust my facts? I was there.
No, I don't really trust you. I'm going to look it up on a break.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Jonah Willow playing white against Ben Ogenshola. Experienced player, been around since I was
From Nigeria originally.
I was a junior and Ben Ogunṣolu was playing
Yeah.
at a good level, and and Jonah is another one of these players who I think you would say is sort of definitely obviously striving for that GM title in the same bracket as Matthew and as Harry, and there's probably a couple
Yeah. I
others
mean, he's a very promising player.
as
I
well.
mean, Jonah plays a lot online. His ratings on chess.com are pretty high, and he's just a good player. I mean, you know, he's quite a good all-round player. And he actually drew with Adams in the last round of the English Championships quite recently, and he was actually at a winning position at one point.
Okay.
So yeah, he's somebody. I think he's a bit of a danger, a bit of a dark horse.
Yep. And this particular position, let me just do a quick material counters equal. White's just played rook g1, so he's not, I don't think, hiding his intentions there with that move.
Yeah, rook g1. Yeah, so he just wants to go g4, right?
Just wants to play g4, and black's played what looks like a sort of Pert modern setup
Yeah.
with sort of g6 d6 type thing. Then somehow his bishop's got to e7, which is not normally where it goes. And
Yeah, I think I don't really know what the opening was here, but he's gone a5, and
going for counterplay on the queen side.
that's a logical move. Actually, I think that's a good move.
So let's just see. Shall I? Let's
Yeah.
just see. So I'll go g4, but now if I go g4 and you take me, then this pawn
Well,
becomes
b4 becomes like really a problem for white, because if you move the
That's
knight,
it.
I take on
I
e4.
wanted
Right?
to go here.
Wow, you're not worried about me taking on
being
c3
very-
and taking on b2. Wow.
Very. It's not. I don't think grave is the right word here. I think it's probably quite silly.
I'm going to take with a rook, actually.
I think
I'm going to
you
take with a
are,
rook
yeah.
and try and go for rook b1.
Yeah, exactly. The pretty idea. So rook takes with the intention now. If I take this guy, you can actually mate me.
Well, I actually had a game like this in the last tournament I played, and I won with black, so I
So
wouldn't
you remember the
hesitate.
theme.
I wouldn't hesitate on to take on b2 there with a rook. But yeah, I don't think you can play like this. So I think after a5,
Okay. So
White
we have to
would
take
probably-
a time out there.
yeah, I think take on e5 looks logical
Take an e5. Okay.
to clarify the position, and then some move like
Bishop c5.
maybe even bishop a7 first. Rook. Well, mind you, that's kind of encouraging rook a8 actually. So yeah, bishop c5. Yeah. And if you go b4, can I trade and then just go knight a4 maybe?
Yeah. Okay. So intention of just trying to fix this bishop and then in some ways fix the queen side. So now, for example, if queen a5, you have just b3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, structurally you're better. But then you would question, why did white bother to go rook g1 in the first place if he's just going to go for some kind of positional approach? But it shows in chess the flexibility is very important. That you're trying to be flexible.
Is there another approach that black could take there, perhaps?
I'm sure.
Hard
But
to see exactly what it is, though.
Could you take and go knight d7?
I wondered about knights. Yeah, okay. Take, knight d7, try and kick the queen.
Now, if I go knight, try and be tricky with knight d5, you could probably just take on c5, right? Knight c7, and then just king
King
e7.
E7.
Somehow that knight on c7 is not well placed.
I agree with you there, yeah.
So probably, and knight b5 you take with a rook.
This is very important. So knight here, obviously can't take the pawn, but rook takes b5 is, well, it's just winning material, isn't
But
it?
can I go rook d7 after knight d7?
Or rook d7 here, or not now? No, not now.
No, not now, but no, hang on. What was wrong with rook d7? Oh no, queen
Queen
d7.
takes, yeah.
Yeah, can I go rook d7 here?
Rook takes d7, okay. And now, if I take with my, well, I can't take with my queen because of queen takes e5 check. So I'm going to have to take with my bishop.
And now I go knight d5.
And now you go knight d5, and you threaten a couple of things. So I'm going to have to go queen d8,
And now queen d6.
and you're just putting the pressure on. But then, oh, that's really strong. Because if you take the knight, you take on e5,
Yep.
win the rook. You threaten knight f6. I have to play. Can I play? No, because of knight c7.
So this might be some way to trick black, but I'm not entirely sure about any of that, to be honest. Whether any of that was any good, but it's something to consider. I mean, of course, after knight d7, you could just play me like queen d6 if that's no good. You know, if you calculate that rook d7 doesn't quite work, I don't really see why it doesn't work. Well, rook d7, you do also have king d7, rook check, king back, knight d5, same kind of thing.
Okay, yeah.
But in general, the black setup looks very very, one-dimensional almost. You're just going for one idea, which is to checkmate on the queen side, but your whole setup looks a bit, I don't know.
He's
maybe
still
a bit
thinking
harsh.
after a5.
So if you took and went bishop c5, maybe you could just castle actually, and just go, well, I know you've got this g4 break, but now I'm going to get this b4 idea, and then somehow I'm going to, I don't need to worry about the checkmate anymore. g4, I mean, what is the actual threat anyway? Maybe there's no massive threat, I mean, if you take on h5, just take out the knight. So I just go b4 anyway, and then when you trade twice,
We've always got this additional option now of the e-pawn hanging.
I think this Ben Hogan shown is a good player, but I feel like he kind of,
For example, just to
Yeah.
show that now that pawn takes pawn, and this one becomes a bit of an issue.
I feel like his calculation is maybe his weakness. He somehow sort of guesses a little bit sometimes, and but his general play is pretty good. So I feel like this position, he would probably intuitively understand that what black is doing quite well. I think he's another guy who qualified via the Major Open last year. So, some of these guys are getting in via the Major Open.
He's played in the British before, though. I mean, I've played in the British before, so I know he's played in the British before.
But yeah, do you not prefer to be black here? I prefer to be black. I just feel like this whole attack on the queen side looks quite dangerous to me. I mean,
Straw poll in the room. Who would prefer to be black or white here? Who would prefer to be white? Who would prefer to be black? Thank you.
Not very enthusiastic bunch, this lot. Can we bring back the Torquay? Let's ban the Torquay lot. They seem a lot more cheerful. By the way, somebody said in the chat, hello Danny and Adam, has Danny settled into his new hotel? This is Kevin Winter. Not happy with his accommodation, I understand. Somebody else at Benjamin Silence. Shout out to Benjamin Silence. This is brilliant. Never watched a British Championship before. I've never watched a British Championship before either. Thanks for the commentary, lads.
Ah, that's nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we'll go on a break. It's a sensible point to do so. We'll take, I don't know, 10 minutes or so probably.
Yeah,
and we'll come back.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, guys, we're back and live. Please just let me know in the chat at home if you can hear me. I might have successfully unmuted my microphone before we move on. So we left, thank you very much. We left Michael Adams and Stephen Jones where we liked Michael Adams' position already. Stephen Jones has just played, by the looks of things. There seems to be a couple more moves, but the position in our chess.com feed has just seen the move h6. So using the same trick that we just discussed, which is that queen takes h6. Oh, I didn't like it. Why didn't it like that?
Whoops.
Queen takes h6 is met by queen takes g3, which wins for black, but of course that's not going to happen. And instead, it looks like, does that look like Adams has played a move there?
No, black's gone bishop c6.
But it's white's go.
Yeah, but black's gone bishop c6, right?
But he can't because it's white's go.
Well, really? Oh, okay.
So we're just having a look at, we've got the chess24 feed and the chess.com feed, and it's saying in this position black is playing bishop c6, whereas of course black has just played h6. So
Slightly confusing, right?
slightly confusing, but maybe sneaked another move in.
Oh, Pokeram just said, thanks for the commentary, both really enjoyable. Thank you, Pokeram. Named after John Ram, the golfer. It's just made 8 birdies.
Danny, are
potentially
you
open.
pleased about that, Danny?
I am,
That-
actually.
Do you have money on John Ram?
I do, actually, yeah.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. But he probably won't win anyway, but...
So we'll move off this game because it doesn't look like it's
yeah, it doesn't
quite
make any
accurate.
sense, right? It's kind of annoying.
Over the break, we checked into what looked like a very interesting game, a little bit lower down on board number. What board was it? Board 716. It was.
Yeah. Jude Shearsby against Tricia who's actually made a huge strides recently, because I think traditionally her brother was much higher rated. Is this correct? Because there seems to be the brother and sister, but they're both exactly the same rating. Is this actually correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Really? Wow.
I'm sure.
Because I think she's made huge strides lately. Because
From my understanding, actually, she's been actually. I saw her at the Olympiad last year, for example, in Chennai, and she was then already, I think, about at least 2,300.
oh, okay. I thought she was 2,100 recently, whereas Taran was being 2,300 for a while, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about 3 or 4 years ago. You know, I'm stuck in the past, as you know. So I'm wondering here after Rook A8 whether White can go Knight A5.
Yeah, so the very exciting position. Black's just played Rook B8 to A8, obviously threatening to take that bishop. There were various reasons why. For example, here, Rook takes B3, could be met by Queen to C8 check and then back to C7. I don't think there's anything else other than that, probably. But
Maybe Rook D2 was a move after Rook B3.
yes, please.
Knight A5, why can't Queen go to the Black Queen go to A4?
Well, it can, but the game continues King B1.
And then it takes it with the bishop.
Then you go Bishop D3.
No, because bishop
What-
times 4, check.
No, Bishop E4, you go Bishop D3. And then
Okay.
the game continues.
Okay.
It's not time to resign just yet.
Not time to resign just yet. It does look.
Well, yeah, but how do you finish the game? I'm not sure you can. I mean, the Black King isn't very secure either. I mean, you could take on A5, for example. But then Queen C6 check. And then you have to go to D8 if you want to avoid the...
Right, so Danny's saying here in this position, Queen A5, Queen C6, King D8.
but
to,
then
to avoid a...
yeah.
You were avoiding a perpetual because king e7 is just met by queen takes d6,
But
and actually it's not perpetual
Yeah,
anymore.
it's
You're
mate.
getting mated.
The king d8 I have rook a3,
King d8, rook a3.
which
Skewing you.
is actually more than a little bit annoying.
It is more than a little bit annoying.
So there's a lot going on there, and a lot of people would just give up here as white and think, well, this is, kaput. But in fact, he has gone knight a5. He's found knight a5, the only move.
Yeah, so we've got knight a5 on the board,
Or we thought was the only move.
and it's a hard position to just...
I say it was the only move, and maybe queen b6 was also possible. But
get your head round.
very...
Queen
b6. What was that? But queen b6, you're not a piece up, are you? So you're just letting black play, and so I think knight a5 is a very forcing move. You're kind of
Does that actually threaten something?
not necessarily, no. But the only after knight a5, you mean?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
Let's just say I went bishop e7.
Yeah, I could go rook c1. We used to have queen a4, right?
And that's a better version because then bishop e4 and you can't go bishop d3.
True, bishop e7 is a sensible move. Very sensible.
Or maybe even rook g3 if I wanted to start getting a bit more aggressive. But let's just say bishop e7. It's just going to give my king an extra square.
Yeah, very sensible, very patient move. I think that's a good move. And
So now, of course, there's no way we can capture on c6, unfortunately, from White's perspective.
not really, no. No, so you got a few problems here. At rook c1, you've still got this queen a. In fact, a better version, queen a4.
Let's try that one.
Yeah, that's a good try. Yeah.
Queen a4, king here. Now you can have a similar sort of thing. Bishop takes e4 check. Bishop d3 is forced. Take. And is there a massive difference now? The answer is yes, because now we can go king f8.
You've still got.
Oh no,
rook
you still got the
a3.
k3.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
so sad.
Although at least you don't lose, but
But this time you can now... Oh, you still going to... No, you can do this one now.
I think you can. Yeah.
You can do this one now because rook a3 can be met by queen a4 check.
Yeah.
And queen c8 can be met by bishop d8.
It all looks a bit desperate by white. It's just, it doesn't look like...
Where that looks like it's going to walk into something like, for starters,
I mean, but this is the whole point in the Sicilian. You don't really want to open up these files as white. You don't want to have your A file open, or if you do, you want to be like a piece up. If you're facing a mating attack like this, you want to have material in the bank, right?
Yes.
Whereas at the moment, white certainly isn't material. It might even be material down. I think
Equal.
equal material.
Okay, let's take a look, because we were looking at the top board, so let me just go back to board 2 then, which is the game Roman Mitra versus Nick Pert.
Yeah.
And we'd seen Nick sacrifice a pawn in the opening, push his h pawn up to h5. Let's just see, I think, where we got to. We actually got to that position, didn't we? And then we were saying that d3 was most likely.
Yeah.
H4, knight c3, which is what we kind of thought. Oh wow, this happened.
Yeah. I'm almost like I'm a psychic.
You are a psychic. That's really interesting. And he took it with his bishop.
I think he probably just reasoned that taking with a pawn was just too dangerous.
Well, the taking it with a bishop loses a piece, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he's got some bishop f4 take on d8.
I see, right. So
not very
bishop takes
convincing.
e3, d4, bishop f4, take. He has sacrificed the piece.
Okay, right, yeah.
Rook c8, 2 4 6, 2 3.
But the problem is when you sack a
equals.
piece like this, but your king is open. Normally when you sack a piece like this in the opening, you're doing it because you're trying to take advantage of black. So black has retarded development here with a king on e8. But the problem is you have this open h file, so black can go play for mate,
That's, I think, exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, so I don't think this is going to be enough.
This
for
was
white.
quite sort of dynamic by white. White decides, right, well, look, I'm going to just give the c pawn, which Nick took. Okay. d5, knight d4.
So this is just losing. Like rook c1, queen b2, trade, bishop d2. I mean, this is just I mean, you're pieced down, and you know you don't have an attack as white, but you're getting attacked yourself. Like bishop a6, no, bishop a6, maybe queen a4.
Can the commentators see the chat? Yes, we can.
Bishop a6 here looks very strong.
And bishop a6.
Because if you go queen a4, just go bishop b5, queen a7, knight e2, checkmate.
So yes, queen here, check. Bishop b5 is the end of the story. Knight e2 is coming, and there's nothing you can do. So does bishop a6 just finish things immediately?
I think this just went. I think very good preparation by Nick, and I think he's paid off. You know, so it's worth knowing this line as black, because this idea of going queen b3. I think I've had this before, maybe against Matthew Turner, and I passively defended the pawn. But when I looked up the theory later, it said you should give up the pawn for active play, which is exactly what Nick's done in the game. And a very bad position for white, as it turned out. But I think earlier as well, instead of castling, I think we said that maybe d3 was another option as well.
Here, yeah, just to slow down these pawns.
I'd be interested to know what the theory says, like the ultimate decision or the ultimate evaluation of the theory.
Yes. Behind, yeah, just generally the pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. But I mean, it's clear that it's compensation. But it seems to be too easy to play for black after e4 and then h5, right?
Yes.
Or just everything is very straightforward. And
okay, this one bishop a6 looks like it could even just be resigned, unless we're missing something.
well, I think he's just thinking about what is the most clinical way to win the game, because there's many moves here. Bishop c5.
Well, there's nothing.
But I don't see anything wrong with that move, yeah, and it just seems to win. So I'm curious. But Nick is a very professional player. He'll just be making absolutely sure that wins.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's on a fag break or something. I don't know.
Enjoying his position, I'm sure.
Well, he doesn't smoke anymore, so I doubt that. Anyway.
Maybe on a fresh air break.
I don't think he does fresh air breaks.
No.
Does anyone do fresh air breaks?
Maybe they should.
I certainly felt like I needed a fresh air break when I was in that hotel room the other day.
So Danny's moved hotel. So this is the.
I was in the
story.
worst hotel in the world, or literally, well, the worst hotel I've ever stayed in. It was absolutely dreadful. It was in Leicester, and it wasn't a very nice place. Let's put it that way. So the less said about that, the better.
The less said about that, better. But now he's a bit happier because he's moved.
Yeah, move anywhere. You know, like the. Have you ever seen that film, The Deer Hunter?
I haven't. I should have done. I know.
There's a scene where they're prisoners of war in Vietnam, and they're in a underwater cage, waiting to take part in a game of Russian roulette. And I was thinking, the accommodation there would probably have been better than the one that I was in the other day.
Okay, let's check in with Fernandez and Ismail, who we were talking about this pawn structure, which often arises from a Trompovsky, something like that. This was a little bit different, but Daniel was essentially arguing, because he did it absolutely voluntarily. He wasn't forced to play bishop takes f6. At the moment he did. That this structure, he can prove some advantage against the structure, shall we say. And we're now in an endgame where obviously he's still got bishop against knight, so that's the sort of long-term.
Yeah, I think from where
trade-off.
we left it, Adam. I think this has definitely been a big plus for white, because you've exchanged of. So the disadvantage of taking on f6 and Trompovsky. This is why the Trompovsky has never really been that popular at the highest level. Is you are giving up the bishop pair. So it's had some periods of success. For example, Anand used it with some success against Karpov when they played a World Championship match in the early 2000s. So this is a famous match where Anand had to go through all the knockouts, and then Karpov just came in fresh. So Karpov was able to win that match narrowly, but I remember Anand used the Trompovsky. Of course, we were talking about Julian Hodgson earlier.
Yeah, he was used it incredibly effectively.
Yeah. And he developed his own theory in the Tromboski to a certain extent, and used it very effectively. But I think you got to be the kind of player that's comfortable in murky positions. Fernandez played rook c. Fernandez is the sort of guy who's very self-confident, and he won't use much time. If he feels like he's a better player than you, and he feels like good position, he's not going to spend ages. He's just gonna play quite fast against Ismail.
Mm-hmm. So here, one of the reasons I thought of possibly black playing knight c4 is he can play this move knight e5 now. How good that is and how much it changes the position, I'm not sure. I would imagine white will just retreat with the rook, probably to d1, and if an exchange happens here, white will argue that that's not improved black's position very much at all, and that eventually, I guess this knight might have some additional option, perhaps, of going via e4. But
yeah, I think this is better for white. You just go a3, b4, right? And
I can't even
white has a plan, but black
break out
doesn't.
something like this, I don't think.
No, or even take on c5.
Ah, of course, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot you could even just take that pawn because your rook's defended, of course. Which is more complicated in your opinion, gentlemen? 1e4 or 1d4?
Well, it doesn't really matter. They're all complicated.
It's all complicated enough.
They're all complicated enough. Somebody else said, I have poor memory for positions and young kids, so no sleep. I can calculate in longer games, but don't have any method for working out what move is best. Any recommendations? I'm about 12,000-ish.
1,200. 12,000 would
yeah.
be. He wouldn't need to worry if he's 12,000.
He wouldn't be asking us for help. I can calculate in long games, but don't have any method for working out what move is best. The thing is, there's no, that's the thing with chess, there's no, golden bullet. All these people playing in these British Championships, they've all get there because they've spent, years and years being obsessed with chess, right? There's nobody who sat there and got this golden sort of bullet and suddenly was 2,300 or 2,500 or 2,600 or whatever. They've really devoted their lives to chess, effectively, as I have, Adam has to a certain extent. So, unfortunately, you just have to work hard.
You have to work hard. There's a lot of sort of pattern recognition, and having a flexible mindset in terms of, as Danny says, you talk about starting by looking at forcing moves and things like that, and working from that point just to start with, because you find tactics, I suppose, a little bit quicker if that's your starting point, of course. But
one thing I noticed recently, Adam, was I started doing puzzles a lot on Lee chess because Zoe Varney recommended this to me.
Mm-hmm.
And she said this young Belgian player, Daniel de Harder, and he's 2,600, he's one of the best young players around, right? And apparently he does 100 Lee chess puzzles a day. Now, when you get to a high rating, you realise these puzzles are actually quite difficult. And I'm very lazy at calculating. I'm like, well, that looks like the best move. A lot of my calculations based on intuition. So it's that can only take you so far, and at some point you have to concretely calculate. So I think that's helped my chess recently. So I would recommend doing puzzles, and because it's very easy to become lazy as well. I think my chess suffered over the last few years because I became too obsessed with engine evaluations. Whenever I was analysing a position, I would turn on the engine would tell me what to do, and in that way you never use your brain, right?
yeah,
And so I became lazy. I've always had this tendency to be lazy in chess, and so you have to fight against that. I think that's effectively what I'm trying to say. Thanks. Any good books to read for the basics? Again, there's no.
It depends how basic you want to talk. I mean, some books spring to mind, like Logical Chess Move by Move is a good sort of explanation of as it says on the tin, of every single move of a game and breaking down the sort of strategic or the thought process behind that. That's a pretty good Pretty good sort of starting material, I would say.
Well, I wouldn't say chess books are overrated, but at the end of the day, you don't, people generally don't get good through reading chess books. They get good through playing a lot and working a lot. Chess based. I would say annotate your games is very important.
Yeah.
If a lot of amateurs, they never annotate their games, and they don't know how to evaluate. They're not used to evaluating positions. So if I did this position as I was analysing it in chess base, I would probably give white a clear edge. And I would get used to evaluating positions. And over time, that would probably increase my understanding, or I would hope that it would increase my understanding, just get used to that whole evaluating positions. But yeah, this definitely feels like a clear plus for white.
And of course, not switching the engine on and just using that as your mechanism for analysing a game, or switching the engine on and then doing an analysis of that. You can do that these days, can't you? Right? You can just go analyse this for me, engine, please. 5 minutes, and away you go. So
I think sometimes engine is very useful. The ideal way to do it is to analyse your game and then look at the engine afterwards. But most people, certainly in this tournament, they'll probably go down the pub or they go back to the hotel room, switch on the phone. We all do it, and then we look at what chess 24 or chess bomb or whatever, whatever, or Lee chess was saying about the position.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's not really how you get stronger, but it's very easy to do that, I think. So I would say annotate your games and getting used to evaluation is very important in chess. But what's happening in this game? This is not looking good for Midden.
So this was we had this closed structure. I don't think it was quite that closed when we last saw it. Where did we get to? We got to... he did play h5. Okay.
F4 was
F4,
played. Oh, just G4 blocking it up, right? Oh, so his idea is to put the pawn on G4, and then he wants to go H4 and force open the
Going
H4.
from the H file up.
And if F5, then black just drops back the bishop and gets bishop G5 eventually.
And you would think that probably white can do that pretty much when he wishes to. Okay, it can play F6 and put the bishop the other way, but that doesn't really change things too much. So let's just see where we're at. So knight C2, knight F6, A3, A5, B3. So black's sort of trying to fix that queen side up before he starts playing this H4 pawn break. And to me, that perhaps that's a sort of tentative, like, well, I don't really know what to do, but I'm just going to try and hold the king side.
But it's a complete contrast to what Wadsworth was doing, which was going B4 and sacking a pawn.
Yeah.
To White's very kind of, I would say, passive approach to this game, rather than, I think you can't play this chess at this kind of level. You've got to be more aggressive.
So F5,
And,
bishop D7, bishop G5,
Yeah.
take, knight H5 looks really sensible, as long as it doesn't lose a pawn, which, take, well, it does.
Yeah.
Then I think this is a really clever move, yeah?
Yeah.
This is a really clever move. He plays king D8.
So he just wants to put the king on C7 and go for rook G8, right? Yeah, really problematic for White. It's just gone horribly wrong for White. Very, very simple plan for Black now. Just go king C7 and...
So queen H4 you can understand, because if you don't do it now, then queen H4 can be bet by knight F6, whereas here at least, after queen H4, you can't play knight F6. And Gasanov has... Sorry, if I got that pronunciation right? Yes, I think so. Gasanov has taken.
He wants to put the knight on F4.
Put the knight on F4.
It's just resignable for White already. He's got no play
and you're going to win your pawn back here, because this knight can't move because of the D3 pawn.
Strategic disaster this game for White, I think.
Take here, take, and it's black to move.
I mean, just king C7, rook. By the way, some questions. Filter Wheels said, why isn't Keith playing the British this year?
Okay, so he is playing here at the British. He's just not playing in the British. He's playing in the over 50s.
That's right, yeah, the seniors, which, I mean, it's another bugbear of mine. I feel like senior chess should be banned. Because, I mean, I just feel like, why, I just feel seniors is a demeaning kind of phrase, right? Seniors.
As a senior, I think it's fine.
Sorry?
As a senior, I think it's fine.
As a senior, yeah. But when I'm soon to become a senior, sadly. I mean, we'll all get there one day, if we're not there already. And I don't think I'll play seniors chess. But the reason is, well, obviously you'd have to ask him in reality, but I think he said that he's playing in the European Senior Team Championships, where England won the gold medal, I believe. He felt like it was too much of an ask to sort of like, they were playing on a Friday. Sorry, they were playing on a Thursday, and then they would have a break on the Friday. And then, so you're travelling on the Friday, and then you're playing on the Saturday. I think I agree with Keith actually. I think that's too much. So, but yeah, ideally you would play in the main event. Kevin Winter said you have seniors golf. Well, same theory would apply, Kevin. Don't have the seniors. Don't let Bernard Langer win anything. Like, force him to play against John Ram. You know. So Kevin Winter said, "How did you find Ghent?" Yeah, I found Ghent really nice. Kevin, it's a very nice place. Funny enough, the hotel room I was staying in is exactly the same hotel room number that I booked into in the Ibis. I won't say which one it is, just in case somebody's watching this and they go.
And they want to come and get your autograph or something.
Well, they know where I am at like 3 o'clock. So.
So yeah. So just for that, there's somebody in the chat saying, "How did you find Ghent?" Danny's just come back from a tournament in Belgium, and
Ghent is a well-known tournament, and that's in Belgium. Obviously, it's fairly near Brussels. It's about 40 minutes on the train from Brussels, and it's a beautiful place. They have a festival there every year, so it's in the middle of the festival, and there's a lot of British players that play in Ghent. Like people like Rick McMichael, Andrew Stone, Paul Robson. Traditionally over the years, Andrew Whiteley used to play. So it's a very nice tournament, very nice conditions. They're playing a cycling hall actually. But yeah, very nice place. Paul Robson in the chat as well. Yeah, I don't think this game's very interesting.
No, sure.
Yeah,
Okay. Another question was, what's the prize money like for the British? Oh, that's a good question. So first prize is £5,000. And then it's
well,
£3,000 or £2,000.
Yeah, I think it
I think
goes
it's
on
normally
like
top 10, isn't it? Normally something like that gets. We can find out exactly what the prize.
It
money
sounds
is at
really
some
good,
stage.
but I'll be honest with you, I don't think the prize money is very good for a national championships. I mean, you look at places like Germany, the first prize is €30,000. Oh, we've got a pretty good economy in this country. We've got a lot of. But the problem is, it's very difficult to sell chess to a lot of these businesses, and the problem is we don't have the people. I mean, obviously, as a professional player, I could approach companies to try and find sponsorship. We got this problem in Scotland actually recently that they turned the Scottish Championship into a weekend tournament, 5-round weekend tournament, which did bring some criticism. But again, in Scotland, they don't have the sponsorship for their tournament. So what do? You need to somehow get some sponsorship, and we have the same problem in England. We don't have that much money. Who are your top 3 favourites for winning the British? As a wild guess, I'm going to go Adams, Nick Pert and Daniel Fernandez.
I thought you were going to say self there.
Well, I'm not playing.
No.
Well, Hebden.
Hebden.
I did tip him up, but his
tip
position
Hebden.
looked a bit shaky, so
Yeah.
not so sure.
For me, Adams, Pert would be the natural 2, and
I would definitely put Fernandez in my top 3, I'll be honest. I just feel like the way he's been playing, and he's been playing good players recently. Like I think he has to be in anybody's top 3.
yeah.
And he is in the top 3 seeds. So I think it's probably just the top 3. I mean, it's boring to say it, but it's probably just the top 3,
probably the
right?
top 3, although there's a lot of potential there for good, really big performances from those sort of in the 2400s.
Oh yeah, but then they have to prove, because you've seen these guys before, and the same applies to me. they start well, but then when they run into Adams, they lose.
Yeah,
So how do you then react to that?
yeah.
You know, like, whereas I think someone like Nick could probably draw with Adams. Maybe Fernandez as well. You know, he's got some potential to maybe even cause an upset there. So
Okay, let's get on and have a little look at some more of the chess. So this is the game of Harry Grieve against Jacob Connor Boswell. We left the game quite some time ago, I think. We didn't see this bit, did we? Oh yeah, we had this one with this position which we just felt was just clearly better for White already.
yeah, what did
And
he play?
He played Bishop A4.
That was your move, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I thought that was.
I was thinking about Knight H2 and Knight D2, but I did consider Bishop A4.
Queen E6, try and I don't know, quite plug the gap. Rook D1.
But this is a little bit like the structure you get in the Knight off, right? Where
Yeah.
you have that hole on D5, which White, if White gets the Knight to D5, it's just pure suffering.
It's pure suffering. I mean, you typically, once you get the knight to d5 there, you'd be looking to probably start attacking on the king side somehow. Here, though, also, I think White has potential to just go after
Attack
this
the queen
weakness
side.
on c4.
And Rook D5, you can use D5 square for the Rook as well, which
Yeah.
you did in the game. Rook
So
D5
Rook
is an excellent
D5.
move.
Queen d1. Okay. Take.
This is a strategic disaster for Black. Rook B1. And Knight H4, another classy move.
So you can't go g6 because I just take it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's coming to f5. That Queen d7 did, of course, threaten a4.
yeah.
King A. We'll hopefully come to some questions about dark horses and promising juniors in a moment. King h7, knight f5, g6, knight e3, typical manoeuvre.
Right.
Now queen c8 is forced to defend the pawn, or maybe it's not forced to defend the pawn, but it's of course one way to defend the pawn.
But Black's position, this is the kind of position you really don't want to play as Black. Because
And you don't want to play with 2 minutes 19 on your clock either.
you're very,
particularly.
very passive, yeah.
So, how's White going to improve now?
Well, okay, when you're playing and you're better, the first thing you do is you look at forcing moves, right? Now, B5 is
Yeah.
screaming at me, right? It's a
Yeah.
forcing move. It forces the issue.
So the only drawback of b5 is it gives the c5 square, and if what Black could play rook c5, of course he'd be extremely happy, but he can't because f7 hangs, and that's the end of the story. So you have to then, I guess, spend a move preparing rook c5. So I don't know if taking is right or wrong, but let's just do it for the sake of doing it, and then something like king g7, let's say. And now what just b6 looks,
Well, there's other moves. There's also Rook A8.
but
there.
how do you
There's-
defend b6?
Yeah. Rook C5, I guess.
c5, and if I play b7, you're
Then
going to
Queen
just
C7 move.
play queen c7, which just holds.
Maybe it holds. Maybe it holds. But there's also Rook B1 after Queen C7, actually. B7, Queen C7, Rook B1.
Ah, clever to do it that way. I was thinking of going rook a8 with the same idea.
No, Rook
But-
A8 is better, actually.
No,
Rook
I
A8 is
don't
better.
think it is. I don't think it is. So rook b7, queen c7, and then rook a8. I thought you would just take on d5.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And now with the rook on d1, sorry, with the rook on b1.
But maybe you can take on D5 anyway, because you have Queen B8.
Yeah, but then okay, and then queen b8.
But then, now Rook B5, threatening Knight B4 to C6, and there's no defence.
This is a very clever move. Rook here threatens this one
Yeah.
and this one.
Problems, yeah. Big problems.
That's nasty.
Unmanageable problems. But
That's
you
not-
could
but-
have gone Queen B8
Could
immediately
have gone
instead
queen
of Queen
b8
C7,
in this
right?
position.
How
But then
clear is that?
what is
Yeah, problems.
rook a8 like?
Problems remain, right?
That's just
Unmanageable problems.
yeah. You have to go in for this, but this is like
Knight C4,
knight c4.
yeah, it's winning.
I mean, amongst other things, you don't even have to go knight c4, do you? Like, it might be that you prefer to have your knight in there.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It feels just strategically best for that. This whole I don't know where. Can we go right back to the opening actually?
Sure.
Because just you always got to play detective with games, and you say, well, if Black got a lost position, why did he get a lost position? You know,
It's all
what
looks pretty
was the
normal
mistake?
stuff.
So this is B4. This feels like some sort of theory, right? But yeah, after Bishop G5, I don't know if this is theory because it feels like maybe,
Yeah, position.
or if it's theory, it's not very good theory. Because if you had H6 instead, you'd have a good position. But now this Bishop G5, the plan he did in the game somehow. So I don't know the theory here.
But it looks, yeah, already at this point as though black has kind of got no choice.
Yeah.
It's still forced, right?
It's all forcing, yeah.
Um,
I kind of feel like I've seen this position before. Could you go on Bishop E7 instead of on H6? Provoke him into a move he wants to play anyway.
does it make so much difference?
No.
Probably
I
not.
don't know the theory, but something went wrong in the opening for black. But that's what I said about Harry Grieve. Harry Grieve is very well prepared, very self-confident player. He's obviously a very good player. That's why he won the British Championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a dark horse. And people are saying about who's a dark horse. Well, Harry, in a way, even though he's defending champion, is funnily enough a dark horse because he's probably going to be like a bit of a loose cannon danger man when he's playing people like Adams. He's going to have nothing to lose. Even though he's defending, he's like 200 points below Adams, so no one's really expecting him to do much.
Yeah.
But he's going to be dangerous.
We can also talk maybe a little bit. There's a couple of other players down on this list who we haven't kind of discussed too much before. Yi Chen Han, for example, is a very talented player, very, very active player, good form. So, definitely one to watch, I would say. Jonah Willow, we kind of already discussed. Matthew Wadsworth, amongst others. If you're looking for some slightly younger players, I've worked.
Taran's a good player.
Yeah, so both the Kanya Moralas are very good players. I mean, I've worked with Jude Cheersby a little bit. I know he's lost his game already today, but plenty of talent. I look a little bit further down and I see quite an interesting pairing on board 18 between Theo Khoury and Amadou Balaji. So maybe we could just take a quick look at that. Both players are on the English Chess Trust Accelerator program.
Okay. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Amadou had a very, from my recollection, he had a very good British last year. Doesn't play a lot in the school time because of his age, and I think he's doing GCSEs this year.
How old is he?
So GCSE, so I think he's 16.
This is Balaji, right?
Yeah.
And I think Theo Khoury, I played in the last round of British Rapid play.
So he's 12. I think he's 12, 11 or 12 or 13.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting, both these players in the same program, obviously at different stages in terms of their chess. But I would say Amadou Balaji is definitely one to watch from a sort of dark horse perspective. As I say, I think last year he certainly made an IM norm, either last year or the year before, but I'm pretty sure it's last year.
He's not much of a dark horse, is he? 23.30, which is quite a high rating. These are FIDE ratings, right? They're not ECF, because sometimes they use ECF, but I think I
think these are FIDE ratings.
Yeah, it's funny. It's somebody I've not really heard of, and yet he's already 23.30.
And he's put on a lot of rating points since. So he works with John Ems. On the program, and John Ems has said, many times how talented Amadou is, and potentially if Amadou did decide to go down the route of playing a lot of chess after he's finished his studies, he would definitely be a strong candidate for GM, not just IMGM. He thinks.
Yeah.
So,
but the thing is, to be honest with you, I would say that somebody said, I'll be honest. I would say junior chess in England, even though we have a lot of good players, we haven't really had many really, really top players over the last 10 or 20 years. Obviously, since likes of David Howe and Gawain Jones emerged, we had a kind of golden period in English chess, it's fair to say, right?
Yeah.
Going back to people like Nigel Short and Tony Miles, and then Adams came through. And now all the good young players are coming from India and other places like Uzbekistan. We don't have those top players.
yeah.
Now, why is that? I think partly is because there's not much money in English chess, so there's not an incentive to really be a professional player. You play. I mean, we typically see a pattern now where somebody will play chess for Yeah, maybe Ravi Harir is a good example of that. He plays chess till they're about 20, 21 and does it very seriously. Still a good player, obviously, but then sensibly decides to get a job
Yeah.
because the money in chess is so bad. And Kevin Winter brought up a very interesting point. The prize money is not great in English British chess, which I was saying.
And he's saying, I remember the days of the British Rapid being sponsored by Tetley's and a £10,000 first prize. We have gone backwards in terms of sponsorship, yet evidently chess more popular than ever. This is an interesting.
And I think the thing is, it's not like there's no money in chess, right?
Yeah.
In English chess, people do have money. You know, a lot of people who play chess in England, they've got plenty of money. They're just tight-fisted. They don't want to spend it.
And we don't have sponsorship.
We don't have much sponsorship. Who's sponsoring the British Championships this year?
Nobody, as far as I'm aware.
Well, that's terrible. I mean, there should be some kind of designated sponsor. I mean, it's a national championships. I know Chessable were doing something before, but I think they've cut back because maybe Chessable isn't doing as well now. But it's really terrible that there's no sponsorship. And I think we need people to look for that. Maybe I'll do that myself rather than complaining about it. But it's just, you know, it's not good enough, to be totally honest.
Okay, so let's just have a quick look at this position because it looks quite open and sharp. Bishop on c6 combining with this queen on d4. Black is up a pawn at the minute as well. So threatening this piece. This looks very strong for black.
Yeah, I think this is already winning.
Yeah, so for example, if the knight moves, I imagine that queen's going to probably just sit herself back on d5.
He's gone g6 in the game, right?
He's played g6, okay.
Which it feels like desperation because you can just take on g6, for example.
Take on g6 and then...
What's the difference? I think he wanted to avoid fg and the rooks coming in.
Yeah,
but that was...
it's not going to change too much, is it? It's now 2 pawns. With a
No, I mean, it's not
winner.
very interesting, but obviously, as you said, Bilargi is going to be a threat.
Oh, I'm just interested to see how this game Shearsby Kanya Moala finished.
Yeah,
if
sure,
that's okay.
Go for it. No, it's your show.
Okay, so queen here, knight a5. We saw rook takes g2. That looks
Wow, great
like
move.
a bit more aggressive than my choice, but because there was no threat, it's possible.
Queen d1.
And now queen d1, and this is a much cleaner way of doing things.
Yeah.
Because there's no bishop d3 now. You'd have to move the
Now
king,
there's a queen a1.
and now there's a check down here,
Yeah.
and there's a check up here.
Well, in fact, instead of queen d1, queen a1, you had bishop h6, right? Maybe
Bishop
that was the
h6. Oh, that's a nice use of the bishops.
Yeah, that's just like
Nasty use of
immediately
the
game
bishops.
over. Yeah.
Exactly right. Okay, so that's that one. There was another one that has finished game Matthew Wadsworth
Yeah, as I predicted earlier, Tom didn't do the best job out there.
and Nick Pert as well, which
Unsurprising.
we saw was unsurprising.
All the favourites are more or less getting it done, interestingly enough.
So that's a rather large advantage.
Well, to be honest, Wadsworth, I mean, he came very close to winning it last year because
Yeah.
he was in a very tough battle with Harry,
Yeah,
and it could have gone either way. And actually, Matthew was winning at one point.
yeah, it's a really interesting game.
So I'm not sure if he won it outright. I think he would have been in a playoff with Nick Pert.
That's right, yeah.
But yeah, he would have obviously been like two-way playoffs. So then you have a really good chance to win.
So we left it here and we thought rook a6 followed by queen a4 was probably really strong. In the end, Matthew just went queen b3, taking the pawn in a slightly different way. Take, queen takes b4. Obviously there's a problem with the b7 pawn. Rook a2, bishop takes b7. We had a quick look at this over the break, didn't we? And we weren't completely sure why rook takes e2 loses, but it feels very, very suspicious.
Black's position looks shaky.
For instance, we thought maybe something like queen b3 might be quite clever just to trap this and then threaten
Maybe
bishop
bishop
f3.
g4, right?
Well, okay, but then I have bishop c5 check or something.
Bishop d5 check, you mean?
Oh, I was going to
Oh,
go check.
c5. Oh, yeah.
And then just carry on
Doesn't look right.
going. And if you go now bishop e6, I'm going to go probably just bishop d5.
Something's gone wrong with the black position.
And
I say, I said earlier, I think it's true, that basically the problem with these kind of retty lines that black has is how do you create a counterplay?
yeah,
And you either have to, you somehow need to find some counterplay, which black wasn't able to do. Spearman said, big wad showing his class, getting the job done early versus Villiers. Love to see it. Is
Big
that his
Wad.
nickname, Big Wad?
it's a good one.
It's a good nickname, isn't it? Maybe you should have like walk-on kind of, like they do in snooker.
Darts.
Well, no, there's snooker as well, don't they? They
Oh,
have
of
that
course.
guy, get
Jester
the
from
boys on the
Leicester.
bays, right?
Oh, I see,
So,
right, the compare.
The big wads, welcome. Everybody starts cheering, yeah? Oh, there's also that, yeah.
f5, queen b3, okay. So, black has at least avoided losing any... No, he hasn't, he's a pawn down, okay.
Yeah, strategically lost for black, yeah.
Queen c7, rook b1, queen d7, just moves.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 looks like a strong move,
Well, just a winning move.
just
yeah.
a winning move, winning material.
Yes. Very one-sided game, you'd have to
That's
say.
checkmate.
Very one-sided game. So yeah, it's what you're looking for when you in the first round. You're just looking
Exactly,
for an easy
you're
win.
looking for a win. You're looking for a win.
And Wadsworth managed to do it. So that's going to give him a lot of confidence, I think.
The Gorm does not sound so sexy though.
Sorry,
Kevin
Oh, the-
Winter is saying the Gorm does not sound so sexy though. I guess as a
I look sexy, but I don't sound so sexy, right?
I think it's in terms of your walk on.
Hold the gorm.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, what about the?
So let's have a look at Mickey Adams.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Mickey Adams game because that's obviously he's the main draw, right?
Yep. Okay.
Wow, is this a draw?
This
No.
can't be the right position.
He was down a couple of points.
Well, he seems to be down
Is
more
this
than a
white
couple
to
of
move?
points.
Is this white to move?
Oh, it's white. No. Well, this is that game where the moving.
Oh no, hang on, no,
Whoa,
it's
whoa,
carrying
this
on,
is
right?
strange.
So
I mean-
white has 3 pawns for the piece, but a black king is very open.
So the position doesn't look like this from what we can see on the chess 24 feed. I'm going to just try and create it if I can. It looks a bit more like this position.
Yeah, looks good for white, right? Rook e7 or what? Oh, rook e7, queen f4. You carry no queen f4. You just take and take on e8.
Somebody's saying, I think it's the same, but with a bishop on c6. Well, if there's a bishop on c6, that's much worse for black, because queen g5 is going to win straight away, amongst
Yeah,
other
I
things.
mean maybe queen g5 anyway.
Queen g5 anyway. Queen g7 is forced.
But I think rook e7 would be the move here, wouldn't it?
Right.
Instead of if this is the actual position, you'd probably the first move you'd consider rook e7.
Definitely, rook e7.
Because queen f4 you immediately lose, is just trade and then take on e8.
But is there another way to stop queen g5?
Well, you can go queen d6 or queen c6, I suppose.
You're going to have to, aren't you?
But now you're going to lose another pawn, like rook a7, for example, or queen g5 check. So queen g5, queen g6.
Queen g5, queen g6, and then queen.
But I think you could just trade and take on a7, and now you've got enough pawns to win the game.
Okay.
Because
I don't think you're desperately keen to do that.
no, I agree with you. But in the worst case scenario, if you were calculating this line from afar and you said, right, I could always trade queens and take on a7. You've always got that as a backup variation.
Yeah.
And but rook a7 seems fairly simple.
Just take the pawn.
What can black do? Not a lot.
No, not a lot. I was looking to see if there's a more direct thing, but again, there's not really any problem just to take that pawn. I was thinking about something like I don't know, queen c4 or queen e4, but g6 is a holding square for the for the black piece.
But Adams, do we think that anyone will beat Adams this year? I mean, it's a very impressive record he's got in British Championships. If you go back 30 odd years.
Is Michael Adams the favourite? Yes, I would say so from the chat.
Well, he's a massive favourite.
Massive
It's not
rating
even
favourite.
is he the favourite? Of course he's a favourite. I mean, but obviously I don't want to jinx him. But he hasn't lost a game in the British Championships for over 30 years, which is an amazing record. I don't think he's lost
I don't think...
like a classical game. He lost in a playoff against Duke McShane, but he hasn't lost like a. You think all the tough pairings he's had, he's people like Gawain Jones and Tony Costin and David Howe, and all these games. He's never lost one game, which is an amazing record. So he's just a class above everybody else in the tournament. But obviously, it doesn't guarantee that he's going to win. But if somebody won the British Championships with him in the field, that would make their achievement that bit greater, right? But they're going to have to do it. That's the difficult part.
Yeah.
So I think for anyone else to win, I think he would have to underperform.
Okay, so we'll move off this game because it's not completely clear exactly where we were. The game Fernandez versus Ismail, where we like Fernandez's position. Okay, so the knight's been swapped for the bishop now. So it's down to just rooks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ismail is sort of putting up some resistance. He's not making it easy for Daniel. But obviously I feel like the evaluation here is hugely in favour of White because he's got a much better pawn structure. And many more things he can do here. Okay,
Can black try and play f5? I suppose is
okay.
If he manages to get f5 in and swaps off that double pawn, then things are not so advantageous. So
you're thinking like just King G7, King G6, and then go
well,
F5,
I actually thought maybe just f5 now.
Oh, and you're not worried about take and then rook b2?
Right,
then?
exactly. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? So I wanted to try and round up that pawn with this rook, but of course this rook has got a duty to defend this pawn on d7. So, hard to make it work even because I actually think that Daniel will probably just play something here like King f3.
By the way, Kevin Winter said Mickey played a recent British tournament and held on to draw versus Henry Adams 1800.
That's true. Yeah.
Adams drew with Adams.
Adams drew with Adams. Yeah.
That was the first round of Cambridge, right?
Yes, that's right. But they even like just King E3, King F3, right? And then let's try this idea and see if I can make you play E4 at least, and then could I argue that your D4 pawn is going to come under some pressure?
Yeah.
I don't really believe it because the king will just sit on E3. Like, can I even just do it now?
Unless you can get some counter
Play some rook H8.
Yeah, rook H8 maybe. But the problem is very difficult to then use the other rook. I mean, it's true that even though White's better, it's not a winning advantage yet, but it's very unpleasant. I mean, maybe the computer would probably say actually White's winning.
You might even want to start. Do you want to start by just putting some pressure on this pawn on B7?
Yeah,
and then putting some more pressure on the pawn on B7?
To be honest, it's not really important to look at variations. You just look at the position and you see that White is just a lot better because of the pawn structure.
Yeah.
I think the computer would say that White is winning. But to a human player, it's not so clear because you can't see that far. The computer would just see like 20, 30 moves deep into position and see all the tactics and say this is winning. But a human player, it's not so easy. So I think there is a slight chance of Ismail getting a result here. It's not trivial.
For example, now I might be in a position where I could maybe consider playing F5. If you do nothing, of course.
Yeah. The King F3?
King F3 and then...
Let's say you went F5,
yeah.
takes King F6.
Yeah. King F6.
Yeah. That makes sense, right?
And then if King G4...
A rook E4 check.
Rook E4 check.
Not really making progress.
Is pretty annoying.
No, you're right. It's not so easy.
So, I don't know if that perhaps my move order there was inaccurate, starting with rook B1, maybe King F3 first.
Yeah, I think
King
this
G7,
E4 plan is shutting you down, right? It's shutting down your pawn breaks, which is quite important. So,
yeah, perhaps now is a sensible time to do it before F5. f5 isn't threatened, I don't think, here though. I'm still a bit annoyed that
But how do you make progress if you don't?
if you go e4, we looked kind of considered here whether rook h8 could gain some.
Maybe I could
time,
just
but
go
then
king
g3
or
and
even
pay.
king e3 and f3, right?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Just go this way, and then just play f3 and keep all the pawns under control. So e4 looks like a pretty sensible move.
You know, whenever you play strong players, you just want a position where you've got counterplay, right? Because you know they're very good at sitting on you. So it's like, you know, how do you get counterplayed? It seems like this kind of position, it's not easy for black to find counterplay. You know, if you're an active player here, you're suffering as black. You hate to play positions where you've got no plan, right? You just wait. White can just gradually improve, slowly improve, you know, build up. You go like king f3, e4, king e3, put the rook on d2. If you hit it with rook d8, eventually go f4, take with the king, come back, then maybe switch the rook to f2, bring the other rook. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just,
that's why it feels like black it really needs to start thinking about this f5 and like sooner rather than later.
I think that's why he went g5, because he's already envisaging playing king g7, king g6 and f5 as you pointed out.
Let's take a look at Mark's game, shall we?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Because we haven't seen that one for a little while. And wow, we're in an endgame. So we left this one in a position where we quite like White's position after the move knight h4, which was all the way back here on move 14. And quite a lot obviously has happened since then, so we can't spend too long sort of discussing it. But Mark chose to play c5 to close down the queen side a little bit there.
But I would feel really uncomfortable as black. I mean, you go to c5, you don't have no counterplay, right? You have no play. It's quite a brave move to play c5, I think. But I think you're just trying to shut the game down, right? But
So eventually this knight traded for the bishop, and what we saw actually looked really logical from both players. Well, White's playing b4, Black responds with b6. Okay, that's pretty natural. Knight e8. Hello, I want to learn to play chess. Any advice? Oof. Go for it. That would be my advice.
Someone else said, slightly different question. Why is Mark playing the main event and not the seniors? At the end of the day, we could just go round and round with these questions forever.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a choice. Why am I doing the commentary and not playing myself? You know, you could also ask that, you know. But Danny knows the chess, but why has he not won the championship? Would love. Yeah, I think I've always got nervous. I'm a bit of a nervous ninny. Would love for Danny. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I should have probably won the champ. But there's a few of us who should have. Let's face it, if I was 2700 strength or 2800, I'd have won the championship right now. So there's always a level that you play at where it's not certain that you're going to win, and it only takes place once a year, right? So it's even though I had my chances, I probably should have won it by now. You can say that about at least another 4 or 5 people. Like Mark would be a good example. Listen, Shane has never won the British.
Even though you said he beat Adams in a playoff.
Yeah, but that was one game in the playoff. No, he beat him in one of the games in the playoff.
In the playoff, right.
But he lost the first game, he won the second game to tie it, but then he lost eventually.
So what happened in this game is quite interesting because we've had this exchange of pawns, and now Mark has a square for his knight on d6, but White just carries on sort of playing on the queen side, which looks really sensible. Now what Black switches attention over
Knight
here.
g4 is a good move, yeah.
Take, queen c2, threatens a pawn, queen f5. I mean, isn't Black's queen side just collapsing here, or has he got some tricks? Okay.
Yeah, I think rook b6. He was worried about knight c4.
Yeah.
Is that and there's no clever tactics basically, but it does feel like a move, right? Rook b6, knight c4. Why not just rook b7 or something like that?
Rook b7.
But I guess then he would be concerned about.
There's almost a way to sort of make knight. Oh no, there isn't.
Yeah, I mean this feels like a reasonable variation for,
King here.
for white, right?
Then
Maybe.
you just take on e4.
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know. Take on e4, take on d5.
Yeah. Maybe there's a rook g7 in the air, right? Exchange sack as well.
It's possible.
I mean, I feel like knight b5 is not a great move. I felt like rook b6 I would have done automatically. Good or bad, I would have just played it. Like bishop d4, you're making some kind of progress.
Bishop d4, bishop f4 blocks the line. Rook f6 to defend the pawn. Okay, that's a pawn.
Well, yeah, you're still a pawn up by white, but this is typical Mark. He's managing to create some kind of complications, right? And then h3 was a good move. And
Why? What's the
the
idea?
problem that white has is very difficult
He's never going to be able to.
is to break out of the vice, right?
All right, he's got a pass pawn though, so d6 looks quite sensible. Rook d8, and now rook e2, and this is the position on the board.
Yeah, I think Chris Baker pointed this out earlier that I mentioned this as well that Mark will be very tired at this point. Having played in the Polish Championships, in Poland as senior championships. By the way, somebody past pawn said Adams and Howell have always played when Danny has been, they said been close to winning the British Championships. Get your grammar right, mate. Has been close to winning. But anyway, no. But the point, yeah, that's a good point.
They didn't play last year, and you were you close last year?
No, well, I started well, but I wasn't close in the end. But
Yeah.
I think I probably kind of was close. And yeah, I mean that's a very good point because they are stronger players. Like David Howe and Adams. They're not just stronger; they're clearly stronger, right?
Yeah.
So the years that they play, they generally tend to win it. But they haven't played every year. So there've been years where I think 2015 actually David was playing, and I drew with David. I beat Hawkins, and I had a very good chance that year, but I just came up short. So, but it's true that I think that those guys. It's a shame we don't have sponsorship because probably those guys would play every year if we had. You want to have the absolute best players playing, right?
Yeah, last year it clashed with the Olympiad, which is why Jones and McShane and Howell. They were all
But I think
playing
they could
the
have
Olympiad.
played, but they were coming back like the day before or like a couple of days before. And it's the same thing. It's like it's an exhausting trip, and you're coming back. And you've just played quite a long event. And I think for them as well, playing the British Championships is not that attractive of an event in some ways, because you're basically spending 10 days beating, like Adams here. I mean, is there a great motivation for him to play? Really? Because he's playing against people who are significantly weaker than him in every single round. So therefore, it's fair play for him to play because, it must be quite hard to maintain your motivation.
And even more so, for example, he's just played the English Championships, hasn't he? He won the English Championships, but that's in some respects even it's less prestigious than the British, for example. And he doesn't need to prove himself to anybody.
No, but it's nice to win tournaments and prove yourself. And it's not easy. You're playing against people. Yeah, they are lower rated, but you still have to prove it. And he's a bit older now, Adams. He's his 50s.
And he's not getting the invites to the tournaments that he was either.
No, that's right, and that is a significant issue. And but what do? You're a professional chess player. Do you play or do you just not play? So he decides to rather play.
Yeah, good for him.
And exactly good for him.
Yeah.
And it's good to. But it's a shame that the other players don't play. And and I think that comes down to the sponsorship issue.
So, just looking at this position here in front of us, is Mark in trouble?
Well,
I
he's
think
certainly
a pawn-
not better. He's
a
certainly
pawn
not
down.
better. Yeah, he's certainly not better. I think he probably is in. a
And
bit of
probably after rook d1, he's fully intending to go bishop back to d4.
trouble. Really?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Well, you don't think he'll just gamble and try and win anyway? Or
How?
you think he'll try and take a draw?
Well, what else do you do?
No, it's true. Yeah, you're probably losing if you
I
try
mean,
and win, right?
how else do you possibly? You start with.
Yeah, but he'll think that a draw in this game is a bit of a disaster, right?
Oh, I agree, but you've got a loss is worse. A loss is much worse than the. I mean, so maybe here, what were you going to do if I just go rook b1?
Yeah, I'm suffering a bit here, right? I don't like this position.
You can't defend your pawn with rook b.
Maybe I could gamble rook f4 and rook d6, right?
Okay, that feels like actually almost certainly what he should do. Take, and rook takes d6.
It's actually not that clear because now I get king f5 and maybe I could even envisage bishop b4, rook d4 and round up, you know.
Right, yeah. Yeah. So that's, we suspect, probably why rook b1 hasn't already been played, and if rook d1, you then, that at least stops that idea, but now I think that will be played at least once, bishop d4. And then maybe after rook e1 he'll think...
So we just had a few more. It said, I remember Adams played a day, I think you said, you meant to say. A day tournament, you mean a rapid play tournament at King's Cross in the 90s for pennies. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why these guys are so good is they just love chess. And you know, probably even then you wouldn't necessarily need the money, but it's just, you know, they enjoy playing, they enjoy winning. That's, you know, that's why they're good.
Yeah.
And Passporn said he played a match versus Ukrainian GM in London, whose name escapes me.
Yeah, Volokitin.
Andre Volokitin,
Yeah.
whose dad actually.
And he played in Dortmund as well, recently.
The interesting fact to know about Volokitin, because I think his dad is some kind of arm wrestling champion or something. I'm sure.
Arm wrestling champion.
Something like that. I think he's quite good at arm wrestling himself. But
Nice.
anyway, we could have a discourse on arm wrestling.
So after rook e1, annoyingly for Mark here, the problem of trying the same exchange sacrifices, it doesn't quite work because White will just get the rooks
I
off.
think we've had that exchange that I was just mentioning.
Oh wow, he went rook c1. Okay, and it's happened. That's interesting. So could he have
Yeah,
missed,
I think rook d1.
Could he have missed the fact here after rook takes f4 that obviously rook takes d6 is possible because you can't take the bishop. And now...
Well, now I think it's very practically tricky, and then probably the engine would say this is at worst equal for White. Maybe White is even better, but from a practical perspective, the biggest problem is you can't free your king. You know, you love to go f3, but f3 is going to run into tactical problems. So, at the moment, yeah, I would sort of favour black, certainly from the practical point of view. Because let's say you went rook e8, I just go king f5, and if rook f8, I go king e4, and then I'm coming to f3.
I think I might just close the door.
Yeah,
Is that
sure,
okay?
sure, good idea. Yeah, so rook takes d6 was played, and now White is thinking not so easy to find a good move here for White. I think he's kind of missed the boat here. I think he might end up losing now. So my tip of Mark Hebden to win the British carries on. He was in a little bit of trouble, but he's escaped from the trouble and he's still alive. Never seen the book on Hebden's game. He could do a masterclass. Yeah, he should have probably done some books and videos, because I think people are really, whenever I've analysed with Mark, it's always been a very educational experience. He's a very good analyst. And Keith as well. Keith, you know, Mark and Keith Arkle, Mark Hebden and Keith Arkle, always very closely associated with each other. And they've both got a great deal of understanding about chess. Like, fantastic understanding.
Close the door, please.
It is a bit hot in here, so we'd have to sort out the air conditioning issue, but
We'll do that. We'll get it. sorted.
We'll get it sorted. But yeah,
This position at least gives Mark some opportunity, I would say, to play.
I think he'll win the game now.
To play for the win.
I think he'll win the game. I've seen him win these kind of things before, and
Yes.
you
I
know.
mean, timing is.
I would feel very. I'll be honest with
not
you.
also on White's
I would
side,
feel very
is it?
uncomfortable here as White. He's gone King F1 actually, which is probably a good move, which now does threaten at least to win the bishop.
King
So
F1.
Black needs to move the bishop.
Okay, and let's say I put it on D4.
Yeah, that's kind of
Is there-
shutting my own rook down, right?
Yes. I mean, you've got to make a bit of a decision about which way you want to go with your bishop, because
Yeah, Rook D3 is bad, I've noticed, because of Rook E3,
so Rook D3 here is met by Rook E3,
which you really don't want to exchange
which
rooks.
even though you might temporarily win a pawn, is not long term going to help Black at all here. I imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
like
maybe
here,
he can still
prob-
hold this, but I don't think he'll be aiming for this, because I think he's already thinking about winning, right?
Yeah.
Somebody said Simon and Danny, did they? Well, I decided to do the commentary. Simon's obviously doing a lot of commentary projects himself. I don't think Simon played the British that often recently, actually. He did play in 2019 in Torquay.
Yeah.
Did
That was
quite
the
well.
last time.
But yeah, we would have qualified. I think GM's getting automatically. Grandmaster's getting all. And generally, we've already stated on this.
I think title players getting automatic.
Yeah, title players. I
in
think
general.
the qualification rules for the British are a little bit lax anyway. So pretty much anybody can play.
So this moment here after King F1, if you go like, let's say this way with your bishop somewhere, let's put it on D4 or F6 or something along this way. Now if I go Rook B1 and tie your Rook down.
Can I go King F5 and just maybe allow you to take the pawn on B6 and rustle up some play?
Possibly, yeah.
or-
And then I was kind of hoping I might be able to do something that looks a bit slow, but it will also stop your king coming like this.
If I go Rook E6,
And after this one,
so Rook E4, Rook B6, Rook F4, you can just come back and defend the pawn, can you?
Rook E4,
It's true
Rook
that it's
B6.
true that it's really very hard to believe that Black is better here.
Rook D2.
He has gone Bishop D4, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've called it again. You've called it correctly.
Not so.
I was going for my Bishop B4 move, but I think Bishop B4 you have problems with Rook E5, and then G4 becomes very weak.
So it might just be the case in this position that there's problems with going both ways with the bishop. And that we're...
There's always problems with going both ways, but
Right.
so
Rook B1 looks like a sensible move. The King
Yeah.
F5 looks virtually forced.
I think
Or is
King
that-
F5 is a good move. Yeah,
And then Rook D2. And if I take your pawn,
Yeah.
Rook D3.
yeah. I mean, it's only White that can win this probably because you've got no way of breaking through, as you've already
Unless
pointed out.
now we can just mount an attack. Maybe this is what we can do. We can just go here. I kind of wanted to then play this one. But then, of course, I can check you to deal with the problem of my pawn on F2.
Yeah.
But then perhaps I can't do anything more than that.
No, I mean I've changed my decision about this game. Possibly, I mean I think objectively is probably going to be a draw, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more mistakes in this game and quite serious mistakes. And it kind of feels like White will make the final mistake, but that's just my. But yeah, I agree with you. Like objectively, there's no way that Black can be better. It's really only White. You know, if White plays the correct moves, White will probably get at least a draw from the game, but the problem remains that you can't really go F3 and free your king. You'd love to go like F3. Maybe you could move the rook down and bring the king to E2 as well. That's another possible plan, right?
Move the rook by down, do you mean
Well,
up there?
let's just go up to E8 and then can we then? But then rook F6 might be an issue.
Rook F6 straight
Try
away.
to take. But then maybe rook G8, right? Does that do anything? King F5.
Rook G8, King F5, coming after the pawn.
Starting to become like a study. Somebody said, what's the evaluation? Well, I think in this endgame, white is probably better, but maybe not enough to win, and it still could go either way. Black could win the game because black has very active bishop on d4. White has his weak pawns on f4 and f2. So, you know, Mark will be pressing. Look, he's way up on the clock as well, right?
Yeah.
The other thing with Mark,
But
he's
they've
very
got some more
fast player.
time. They've got some more time, which is. So there is still a problem with the lag on the internet. Maybe just let us know in general how you guys who are watching on the internet, how you kind of in general is it general it is. We've had a couple of comments just now that it keeps seeming to freeze, but
Is there any other games we need to look at? Maybe,
Sure.
possibly.
and then what should we break? I think we'll maybe
Well,
take a break.
what time do we normally finish? About 6:30.
Yeah, okay, we're at 6 o'clock, so maybe half an hour. So
Okay, whatever you want to do. Yeah,
see.
I don't mind.
Let's see. Where would you like to go, Danny?
Let's go. Should we have a look at what about that Harry Grieve game? Did that finish? That must have finished by now, right? Or the Richard Pert game was actually interesting. Or the Jonah Willow. Maybe Richard Pert or the Jonah Willow game. I think that's kind of
Okay.
interesting game.
So this is Richard Pert's game against Augustin Mihalik.
Wow, actually, both very short a time. But I thought white went f4 earlier. So why is the white pawn on f2?
Why is the...
I thought white went f4 earlier. He invented some magic rule about push.
Yeah, no, in this position he went for f4.
Oh, okay.
The one that we're looking at on chess.com looks a bit more accurate.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, this is the current position,
So
right?
this looks like the current position.
But this seems to be about equal, actually. And maybe black has got a slight problem with his king being very open. So queen d4 now, obviously. Because it's not a good idea to allow black just to win a piece for nothing. So what is the actual next move for Richard? Rook f7, yeah, he has to stop rook e7. But yeah, objectively, this is not winning for black. You know, I would say with Richard, he's a very good player, but I would say the one thing he lacks is probably what Mark has, which is that hustle ability. The ability to like hustle and somehow trick opponents when the game has gone slightly wrong, right?
Mm.
You know, I would say if that's something that he could add to his armoury, he'd be an even more dangerous player. But yeah, but the problem now is rook e8, you have queen f1 mate, right? So you can't go rook e8 and try and attack willy-nilly.
Yep.
So he's gone b4, has he?
He's played b4, a6.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is just like a free punt for I'm not sure who, but does black? I mean, black's got his protected pass pawn on d5, right? Which at the moment you can't blockade that pawn. So, what does white play here? What would you play here?
Can white just try and exchange the queens off, or was that just? Let's say you went there and I went, let's say rook e7. Rook e7 you can meet with queen rook f1 then.
I feel like I don't really convinced about rook d1 because it feels like I'm controlling the e file. It feels a little bit of a passive move, right? So if we go back a move.
Okay, I'm just going to do something because I know there's some problems with the stream in terms of the freezing. It might be that I have to take a break first in order to try and change the resolution for the moment. So for the moment, please just be patient with us in the chat.
Yeah.
So rook e7, my intention was if you then went queen d3, well, I can actually do that.
Yeah, I don't like rook d1.
You don't
it
like
feels
rook
too
d1,
passive.
yeah, okay.
Maybe I could just go. Can I just go king g2? With the idea that somehow maybe I'm just waiting, and I'm just going to ask you what Cramnet always says, right? When you don't know what to do, you go like King G2 or something. Right? So I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to go King G2, right? Because I have no idea why I'm playing King G2, but I'm just going to play it.
Well, I have a free check I can make.
Then I go King H3.
Oh, you want to go that way? Okay.
I'll go my own way, as Fleetwood Mac would say. And now I'm ready with some kind of
What are you ready
active.
with?
Well, maybe nothing at all. Yeah.
Okay, let me play Rook G7.
Right.
Little kind of
Yeah.
tricky,
It's
cheapo
annoying,
move.
Right. It's an annoying move. Yeah. Maybe now I have to do your Rook D1.
Rook D1.
I am new at chest. He didn't say chess. Chest. Do anyone give me a tip? I'll give you a tip for horse race if you want. I'm not sure about a chess tip.
Here, perhaps I can give you check,
Yeah, I mean this is a problem that
and
White
then
has.
and then take
Like,
with my rook and try and claim
yeah,
that.
some of these endings are quite
game is
can be
better.
quite dangerous. I think objective is to draw this game, right? But Richard is a better player. He's a stronger player. He will hope that somehow he can keep the game going and try and use his experience. Because if you go Rook B1, I go Rook C4 and freeze your pawns.
Yeah,
That's very important. And now I'm ready to bring
and
the
bring
king
the
up.
king towards the middle, and of course White can try to do the same, but this feels like it's some pressure certainly.
Yeah, I mean, it should be objectively a draw, but Black has probably got slightly bit the better of the draw, I would say, or at the moment anyway. Yeah.
Okay, so that's that one. And then you wanted to look at, should we look at Jonah's game and then take a break?
Yeah, sure. That was quite a tough game as well. We're just hoping for some kind of upset because basically all the games have gone to form so far, right?
They seem
Harry
to have,
Greaves
yeah.
won, Gasanov has won. I think, yeah, okay, it's a C3, yeah. Hang on, isn't Black lost a piece?
Well, he hasn't. Oh, yes, he does seem to have lost a piece. And on our slightly further ahead stream on Chess 24, he seems to have lost a rook.
But how did Bishop B3? This can't be. Something's gone wrong with this stream because you wouldn't go Bishop B3.
No, of
That's
course
ridiculous.
you wouldn't go Bishop B3. That would be really odd.
So imagine that White eventually went Knight B3 and then he took. That's probably what happened.
Right.
But okay, that game's messed up. So.
But looking at it on the stream, I can't even try and get close to the position that it looks like we're in.
Someone said greetings to GM Danny Gormally. Had a pleasure to play him in the Symbol back in 2018. He's a gentleman over and outside the board. Thank you,
There you
Mr.
go.
P. Nefidov.
There you go.
I like to think that myself. Not always, but sometimes.
I think everybody thinks it.
Everybody likes to think that they're a gentleman, but they're not always, right?
Okay. So, okay, we haven't looked at Saunders versus Han at all.
No.
So, and
yeah,
as I said
Yi Chen.
before, Yi Chen Han has been in good form recently. Very talented player.
Oh, it said Yi Chen might be going down, actually.
Okay, but this could be perhaps the first upset that we've seen.
But he's playing against, I think this Aaron Saunders is actually another young player. I'm not certain about that, but I think he's quite young.
I'm just wondering what he's intending and doing after Queen C2.
Well, this is why I think they think that he's going down, because there seems to be an ending where White would be extra piece. Now, you do have two connected passed pawns, but that would not compensate for a whole piece.
But you have to actually swap the queens, don't you? Because you'd like to just maybe try and
Rook
keep
E3,
queens
right.
on, but then rook e3, and there's not even a check that you can make
Yeah,
there.
it's
So
not
you-
very interesting.
You have to take and hope that your two pawns will give you some practical chances in this endgame.
So someone said John Pigott losing is the only completed
Okay.
But it depends who he's playing though, because I feel like a lot of these parents now, they aren't necessarily even upsets because,
He lost to Oscar Pollock.
well,
ball
again,
14.
probably another young player, right?
Somebody might be able to tell us. Does anybody know Oscar? I don't know Oscar.
Maybe on chat they know, but I feel like the ratings are wrong a lot of the time. I mean, Pigott, no disrespect to him, but I don't think he would be 23-47 now if he played all the time, because there's so much deflation in the system that people who don't play or aren't particularly active are kind of protected against all these sort of underrated, deflated juniors. But I feel like Pigott is one of these guys who doesn't really play that much. I could be wrong.
It's a nice last move actually in this game. It's move rook b8, where the point is that this king is just.
Then b4,
with
right?
b4.
Yeah.
There's nothing that can
So
be done.
I feel like the best way to avoid losing rating is not to play at all.
Yeah, it's a safe way.
Yeah.
It's a safe way.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's my approach.
Yeah.
Oscar Pollock is 21. Thank you.
Yeah, he was born 2002. Yeah, so he's a young player. That's the whole point. All these players are underrated. You know, they should be. I think all these players, like people like Pollock, Saunders, they should all be bumped up by 200 points, because they're basically just draining everybody. But people like poor old John Pigott, he just can't, maintain his. He's not going to be able to maintain his rating or any. Someone like me, I'm just losing rating all the time. Nothing to do with getting old and getting weaker. It's just the fact that it's deflation.
David Eggleston and Audrey Quay was a draw, so I suppose in some respects that's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, that's a good result for Audrey. I mean, she's a good player. I mean, she plays a lot of these events, but
Yeah.
I mean, David actually has got a good record in the British Championship, so he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And James Jackson again is a player who has, I've played James Jackson myself. I know how good a player he can be, but he didn't win against Matthew Payne.
it's a funny story actually, because I played James Jackson quite recently at the English Championships, and I was like, have I ever played this guy before? And I
And
looked
you
him
haven't?
up. We played 3 times before.
Oh, you had.
But they'd been so long ago that I'd forgot. And actually, I'd won every game. So I was like, going into the game, I was like, oh, wow, I'm actually really confident for once. And I managed to win the 4th game. So I was really happy, But yeah, he's not a bad player. Also, Matthew Payne is actually quite a good player himself these days. He's been playing quite a lot. And I know he works for chess.com. Well, he did. So I think he's sort of, he's kind of really in the chess whole,
in the
mindset.
chess zone.
He's in the chess zone, so he's
In the
actually
chess zone.
quite an underrated player as well.
So somebody saying on the chat, and we kind of mentioned it very briefly earlier, FIDE's reviewing the rating system.
Well, I think it's not review. I think
it's
they're
happened,
actually
it's happened.
they're changing the rules.
Yeah. Okay.
They're going to change, but I don't think they're doing enough. I think they should bump up these juniors as well. They're basically bumping up all the players under 2,000. I don't think they're going far enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think there should be extreme bumping.
Extreme bumping. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a break, guys, there, and we'll have a chat about how much longer we'll be going for today. But thank you to everybody for watching, both in the chat and live as well. It's lovely to see so many of you out there, and hopefully the coverage is enjoyable. You're enjoying it. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, guys, we're back live. Do stick with us. We're probably going to go for about another half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. We'll see how the games are looking, and I think as we're on the board, we can start with Mark Hebden's game against Savin.
Yeah,
Savin
yeah.
Stoicher.
Well, it's another junior who's just doing really well, and it comes back to what I was saying earlier about it's just so hard to play against all these kids now because they're all really super confident and they're all underrated, and you basically, when you play, you're just going to lose points. And this kid is just playing this endgame like Bobby Fischer on steroids, you know, like rookie 6, great move.
So is there a reason why we? Okay, is there a reason we can't take that pawn?
No, there is no reason why you can't take the pawn.
So rook takes pawn.
I think he wants to go bishop e5.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's
Bishop
what I was
e5.
right. But I assume
then
this is
again-
probably losing anyway.
I can come back with a check if I wish to. Do I wish to? Or do I just go rook c6?
Is the endgame winning it if you take on h2 and then say rook c6, bishop takes h2,
Yeah.
rook takes.
Yeah.
Is that actually winning though? Because suddenly I've got this HP.
You've got the counterplay now with the pawn.
I think that's what he's banking on. But obviously, at best, white can draw. Black can draw, which is already a disappointing result rating-wise. But
But
It'd certainly take a draw
in this
now.
position, of course, he would be happy with.
he will be more than happy.
with the
So
draw.
what you were saying earlier was again correct, Adam. That
Was it?
you were saying that Black would certainly take the repetition. I was arguing that Mark would maybe gamble for more, but
You can also give this check. King e4 looks forced, and if rook e3 check, then I think you probably need to go king d4.
yeah, but
You could also play king
this
f-
feels like not the correct way to do it because suddenly I'm still threatening bishop h2 and I
Yeah.
don't-
What if I just if I go king g1, you've got
Bishop
bishop
f4.
f4,
yeah, I don't
but then
like
you're still not
this.
threatening anything.
Well, you're not threatening anything after bishop f4.
I mean, like,
oh,
yeah,
all right, okay, yeah.
you just go rook e6,
Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe
and then I just go here.
long-winded way to win, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Or perhaps even, is it even simpler in this position after, sorry, well, I don't quite, let me just find out exactly where we are. After bishop b2,
Can I just drive the king away immediately, like rook e3?
just check, right, and put him on that square.
Yeah, now you
and then
can't.
go rook
Now,
b3.
yeah,
Yeah,
actually, isn't that really simple?
yeah, that's much simpler.
Oh, but now you go bishop d4, and when you take, well, you go back to f3, but that's not going to be good enough.
No, because we can then just make the check again, can't we?
Well, if I just, yeah, if I'm going to get to a position where I'm just basically an exchange up for nothing, that's got to be winning.
Yeah. And,
Be-
and
because
you're
it-
always here even going to have problems. If you ever want to go to e4, then you know, g pawn might become a problem. And if you ever go to f4, then you don't threaten anything. I can just improve my king eventually.
Yeah, I feel the key with endgame play, and this has been demonstrated many times, is don't feel that you need to win the game immediately. Just sometimes you can play slowly. You gain a move here or there. You know, you just take your time. And in fact, rook e3 was played, I believe, in the game.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
It's been
Sensible
played,
move.
and it looks like a winning move. So unfortunately for Mark, looks like he's going to lose this game. A very bad start. But you know, on the plus side for him, well, if there is a plus side, there's not really a plus side. You will get slightly easier pairings, but I don't think that's enough because, to be honest, like, the tournament is full of good players. So you're only going to get maybe slightly easier pairings for a round or two, and then you're going to be back in the mix again. So it's better just to maintain a good score, I think, in this tournament, rather than worry about Swiss gambits are not really going to favour you, I don't think, in this tournament. Yeah, what passport? I'm trying to remember who passport is because I've seen them comment a few times. But they say patience in the in-game, massage it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, you just take your time.
And that's what's going to be needed in the one in front of us now, which is Fernandez and Ismail. So Ismail did manage to swap off the double pawns.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably
But in exchange for that, he's lost control of the H, or White has gained control of the H file, which leaves the black rook a little bit passive on E7.
Yeah, and I think this is a situation where, as I said before, you know, like with Daniel, I think 4 or 5 years ago, he probably would have lacked the patience to win this kind of game. But, you know, I'm seeing a lot of maturity in his play now. It's definitely improved over the last few months. So, you know...
I think, you know what, I think it's going to, well, it depends.
It's going to go king e4.
Exactly right.
This is his plan, to go king e4 and
that's the
f5.
only reason that g4 makes any sense, is that now after king g3, which looks like the sensible move to keep an eye, now king e4. And after this, he's going to give him a check, push him to the H file.
Right, and then king f3.
And then king f3, probably. Probably king f3. Well, maybe I chose a. No, actually, perhaps I chose a dumb square for my king there on h3.
No.
In the sense that if I'd have put it on h5, then I could move my rook. And I can also play king h6.
But king f3 anyway, let's
yeah,
say.
okay, and then let's say I go.
But the point is I go king f2, king e3 very quickly, right? So let's say you went rook f8, I go king f2, e4, king e3.
So just to show that, so rook f8, king f2, e4.
Let's say e4 and then I go king e3.
E4,
and just
king
start
E3,
hitting the pawn
right.
very quickly.
Yeah, these pawns. Although, could I?
You could go d5, but maybe I can take and go king d4. Everything starts coming off.
Take king d4.
So you're not in time to secure these pawns with d6, you know. Like.
Yeah.
But you might even be worse here, actually.
Not quite in time.
Well,
yeah,
no, maybe not worse, but
even here you can obviously actually also do this one. Right?
Well, then you probably are worse, yeah.
So
Well, certainly not better, but yeah.
So I think Daniel will probably go king e2.
Yeah, that makes more sense, right?
After g4, just to keep the black king out. And now I still think he. I wanted to say I thought he would still go king
Still
e4, but then I thought rook h4.
Still suffering. Oh, and then d5 f3, right? I mean f5 f3.
F5 f3, right, exactly.
Nice. And rook g7, I go maybe rook g4 with a winning king and pawn.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Or just f3 anyway, right?
Or just f3. So that probably leaves you with going back with your king to f5. And now I can improve if I wish to with maybe king d3.
Yeah. Maybe even f3 actually. Like,
change the position a little bit like that, huh?
It's real torture for black, this whole position, because it's just this whole structure is just so good for white, right? It's just controlling so many squares. But at the same time, you still have to demonstrate a win. And so, yeah, it's not easy to do that. But yeah, there's always the idea of going e4 and then maybe later on going d5 and then just start, you know.
Yeah, he's gone king e2, which is,
I think,
as to be expected.
What happens if king g5 here out of interest? I guess it doesn't really change much. I want to go f5, f4.
Right.
I'm not really inspired by black's position, but...
Let's go there anyway. And now you're going to go f5.
I'm suffering here, actually.
And I want to sort of get d5 going. But that's probably rushing things.
Can't you just go like...
Should I give you a check?
Yeah, rook g8 feels a good move.
It's like a reasonable check to make. Either push the king, unless he's going to go up like that.
Yeah, maybe even king f6 as well. I mean, how does white make progress?
Yeah.
So she said, like, had she just planned to go in d5 and maybe trying to break through king d4?
Yeah. This way, actually, I don't think that black has got any big plan, because king h3 is met by rook f8.
Right.
So let's not.
Well, what about rook f7 and king h3?
Right, exactly. Yeah, perhaps rook f7 first. Take a little more time, but perhaps king f6.
Yeah, I think Black's still suffering, but it's not completely clear, and White still has some chances. Certainly, I'd still expect White to win this game, but I mean, as I said before, Ismail is not an ideal pairing in round one. Probably Fernandez is also a little bit tired because he's also played this tournament in Belgium.
Yeah.
And no great break in between.
Yeah.
You see that Black played a6 with that move 42. Is it really on move, unprovoked?
Okay. Let's have a look.
Oh, A6. I think Philip Tozer just pointed out A6 is a very strange move.
So back to this position.
You played it, what just played A4?
White played A4, Black played A6, which means that his B pawn's never going anywhere.
I agree with you. I mean, there's some moves you look at and you think positionally they look. I do this once a game. I make a positional blunder once a game, and this feels like Ismail's positional blunder, right? Like A6.
B6 might be an opportunity for some counter.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, actually, could you have gone B6? I think the problem with why couldn't you have gone B6? Maybe takes and Rook B8 was the problem.
Wait, can you take and go Rook C1 and A5?
Oh no, hang on, the Rook's on H1. I thought the Rook was already on H8.
Can you take?
Okay, so take,
Rook C1.
Rook C1.
And I want A5 next.
You want to play A5 next.
Also suffering for Black, right?
Yeah, looks nice.
Yeah. So for example here,
Yeah, A5.
if let's say Rook E6, A5, take, check.
Well, I mean, Rook E6, I even have Rook E1. And
Yes,
then A5.
probably.
Yeah, you're still suffering, but I agree with Philip. I think A6 is a very strange move because you're just basically giving. But the thing about these kids is they're not necessarily getting to that kind of rating by their amazing positional skills. They're getting there through great prep and probably, a lot of confidence and good tactics. So yeah, there's probably a lack of experience by Ismail.
That's very interesting. It looks like the Hebden game was a draw.
Yeah,
Really?
me.
Wow.
Oh, that was you. Okay.
Was I ever like seriously winning?
Oh, well, we've not been using engine, so we're not going to tell you sort of from that perspective. But
When did you agree a draw?
Yeah, after Rook E3 check.
Really? I just
are you
looked totally
completely
winning to me.
here?
Draw because I didn't see any chance to push. Like I was looking at this, and I thought King F4, and I couldn't see it
Yeah, but you just play on. You just play chess, right?
with which move.
I mean,
Oh, King E2.
any
King
move,
E2.
any move.
No, sorry, the bishop shouldn't be on D4. The bishop should be on E5. I thought.
Okay, so okay, here King F4, Rook B3,
Yeah,
King
bishop E5.
Bishop E5.
So this was a moment where you agreed a draw.
Yeah, after draw after Rook E3 check.
You were offered a draw after Rookie 3, even though you were about to be a clear exchange up. You've got to play on, I think.
Well, look at. I mean, how do I win this? How do I press this?
Yeah, but you think Mark would have offered a draw if he was White in this situation?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Rook B6, right? Rook takes B6.
So
You played a good game, in fairness. You played a very good game, but I think you should play on.
King E4 were you worried about?
Yeah.
King E4.
But how can you be worried here? I mean, you can never lose,
I
right?
was worried about King F3 is probably less precise.
Oh, King F3?
But at the very least, can't you just go here?
Yeah, and then Bishop D4.
All right, and
there's
check.
no check on F6.
There's a check here though.
Rook B3. Ah.
No, but why not, sorry, just out of interest, why not check back? Sorry, go back a move. Why go King G1? King G1's a horrible
King
move.
E2. King E2 in that final position. Yeah. Sorry, King E2. So Rook B3, King E2. Sorry.
All right, so Danny doesn't like my King G1.
Yeah, why not Rook B3, right?
Rook B3.
King E4.
King G1, King G4. And
No, okay, let's think about this, right? Let's not rush it.
We've got Savin in the. Is that right? Sorry, is Savin?
Savas.
Savas, sorry.
Yeah.
So Savas in the live.
But you were seriously worried about losing the game.
I mean, I thought that if I'm giving H2 or C4, then I'm playing for a loss.
Really?
Yeah.
True, but... Sorry, what was the final position? Because we can go back.
So after Rook E3 check, move 47 then.
Yeah, it's a King F4, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So Rook B3,
Bishop E5.
bishop e5. So rook takes b6, right?
Okay.
And you go king f3. Right, okay, so this position. So rook, yeah, it's true, it's not so easy, right? So there's also rook c6 as an
Yeah,
option.
rook c6, take on h2.
Rook c5, but surely only white can win that, right? I mean, even if you gave up the c pawn, you're not losing.
Wait, bishop f4,
Rook h5.
rook h5, h2.
Yeah, but what's the threat?
c5. Yeah, that's just an easy draw.
I mean, even without the c pawn, you can't lose.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have thought.
okay, fair enough.
No, I mean, you should play on, but yeah, okay, still a good result. It's a very good result, but I think he would have been very relieved.
He would have been very relieved.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely true.
But yeah, I was saying, before, it's very dangerous for a lot of these players because they're playing against players like yourself who are like probably underrated juniors. I wonder,
But for example here,
Yeah.
I mean, I know I feel very hurt that you didn't like my king g1 move, but let's say we do
just
it
don't like
that.
going passive with the king in the end game.
Yeah, no king d4.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. But what you were saying, rook e3 is
e3,
actually an option. Yeah.
And then you move the bishop and I put my rook somewhere,
And then I wait with something.
but then I'm going to go there.
No, bishop.
Yeah, he's going to go rook g8.
That's the end, I think.
That's the end.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to envisage a situation where white would lose the game. But I know what you mean. I've been in these situations before where you feel like you're completely in control.
Yeah.
G8 take.
Okay, take.
But now you're very close to winning the H pawn, in which
You can't-
case you
you're
can
gonna
always
win.
give up the rook for
You're
the
going to
C
win the
pawn.
h pawn.
That's fair, yeah.
And then you can never lose, right? Like, very, very unlikely situation.
Definitely shouldn't have offered that.
I think you should have played on.
Agreed.
Like, but how much time did you have?
Maybe 9 minutes. So
Okay.
yeah,
For the whole game, right?
for the rest, yeah.
Mm.
But plus increment.
Yeah.
But I think there's situations where you have to think, look, the guy is... I have to put the guy to the test, because if I'm offering him a draw here, it's a clear... If I'm agreeing a draw...
Yeah, fair enough.
Did you offer the draw?
Yeah,
It's a clear sign of weakness.
it is.
And, you know that they're not going to offer you a draw there. So if you lose, you lose. You lose, what have you got to lose? You lose against Hebden, who's one of the favourites to win the tournament, right? It's not really a loss. So you have nothing to lose. You can't lose.
Yeah, I thought that until I looked at my feet.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that when I was +5 and I ended up losing the games.
But it's overall, it's yeah. But what I mean is, you can't lose. You lose a game. It's not a loss, right? It's not really a loss because you're playing against a high-rated player. So it's like, you've got to just go in there. What I would fear if I'm playing you, is that you kind of got this fearless attitude. But if I'm seeing you're taking draws in clearly better positions, then I'm kind of starting to lose that kind of fear that you've got this fear. It's starting to look more like a fearful attitude. But overall, it's a good result. That's the main thing. It's a good result. It's a good game. So it's a positive. But yeah, I think the slight missed chance there at the end that you probably should have played on.
Okay, so the Jonah Willer game doesn't seem to be making any sense, so we're just going to ignore that one.
Jonah was up at work when I saw him.
Yeah, that's what it looked like possibly on the Chess 24.
I think he's going to win that game. He's quite a lot stronger.
This one, though, looked like Yi Chen Hammer's in trouble.
He's kind of hustled up some play there with his H and G pawns there, right? He's just going to start pushing the H and G.
Okay, so you're going to push your H and G. Are you going to do it? And if so, how are you going to do it? Are you going to... I mean, you don't have loads of choice, right? I mean, D6 is coming, which is going to be...
Oh, can I go G3 immediately?
All right, so you go G3. I'm going to obviously go here.
Oh, you just blockade me. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, it's not looking great, right? What happens if I went Rook F6 with the idea of King H5 to G4?
Now,
Yeah, I'll go Rook F6.
I'll go with D4.
King H5. How do you make progress?
Uh,
Well, I'm sure you are winning, but...
check. Knight G2. That doesn't work. check, you have to go to. No.
So why can't you go knight f4 check?
King h6.
And then if knight e6,
King. Okay.
knight e6
Back?
maybe g2, right? No, g2 rook h4.
But I could go back with my king. So,
Yeah, exactly.
so I was looking at.
So
So unfortunately, I mean that was my initial plan, but obviously that's not a good move, so we won't be doing that one.
why isn't knight g2? Oh, rook
Rook
f2,
F2.
right?
So we'll go
Maybe you
there.
can go king e3 first, right?
King f3.
King f3, yeah,
That
yeah,
seems
very,
very
strong move.
sensible.
Yeah, but now king g5 back.
It's a good move.
It's got an irritant factor.
It certainly does. I think I'd have probably.
Well, maybe no rook e4, like just.
I just wait and.
Oh, but there's g2 stuff in the air possibly. No, g2. I go. No,
I'm not sure that white needs to allow any of this.
no. There's something went wrong there.
I somehow feel in this position that black is not. Shouldn't have a chance here.
He shouldn't have a chance. I agree. He should be winning, but for a human player,
Like, what if I just went rook f3?
well, that's like the party pooper move, right? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. And if I take and go king f5, this is just busted, is
I
it?
don't think you can have any choice here, are you? Because you can't go this way because of. Oh well, no, actually you can go that way.
I can go that way.
You can
but
go that
it
way,
looks
but
depressing.
It
Rook
does
f4.
Rook f4 and
yeah.
king f3 and come behind her.
Yeah, it's got to be.
So okay, I mean.
But this
Take
also
king
looks
f5
winning, right?
and then.
But I get the king to e5. It's not totally over.
Have I got a study like breakthrough over this side with all my sacking all my pawns?
Probably actually. Mind you, I get b3.
You get your
very quickly.
if you didn't have that, then I think I probably would.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
I like something just like this, and just go here and just stop your king coming in,
yes.
and then I can do my.
Do the same thing
For me, sixes.
Yeah,
Okay,
but then
I
maybe
have.
does c6 counterplay or some more
No,
more
this is
nonsense.
hopeless.
And if g2 and king e4, oh, you go knight c3, knight b5, do you? And then take on c7, and you quickly
Sure.
queen the d pawn, right?
I'm sure it can do plenty of things
Yeah,
in this
yeah.
position.
Yeah, no, it does look. Well, he's thinking, so clearly he's not very happy with g3.
Yes.
But after g3, knight h3, oh, you don't have g2 either because his knight f4 is check.
Sorry, so just you were being super fast there. So tell me.
Sorry.
H3 is it?
No, I was saying like g3. The problem is knight h3. You don't have g2 because knight f4 is check.
Knight f4 is check. Yeah.
So after g3, knight h3 is a very strong move. Yeah.
And if not G3, then
What else?
if H3, is it possible?
h3 is possible. Yeah.
Or do I now re-blockade you in a different way? That doesn't look quite so good, actually.
What's
King-
wrong with rook g3?
Okay. And then I have to avoid your cheapo. And then king.
Well, you could go h2, but then I guess rook g2, right?
So H2.
Rook
I could.
g2.
I actually wanted to.
Oh, you can
Well, I
take
wanted
on
to take
g4
your
and go knight
pawn.
f2, right? Yeah, that's probably just winning, right?
And then, of course, this is nice to point out that you have this one. Whoops. You have this one at the end.
Yeah. All
This
like
is
study
important.
light, right? Okay, my guess is
H1 after knight g4. And what do you want after knight f2?
No, get a knight.
Ah, get a knight, of course. Clever.
Very clever.
Very clever.
Mine still looks bad after rook g1.
I get trapped in the corner.
Sorry?
It's fine.
It still looks bad after rook g1, though.
G1.
It still looks really bad. Because king f5 does knight e3 check. No, it still looks winning because look at your queen side. So I could even, but maybe I feel like after knight f2 he'll try king f5
Okay.
because that kind of keeps some tension. Maybe bring the ideas of bringing the king to e5.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's still thinking Yi Chen, but I think my guess I would probably try something.
Is there a women's championship, by the way? Sorry, yeah, we should have mentioned that already. Yes, there is a women's championship, and I did want to talk about that, but we'll probably sort of touch upon some of the main contenders of that tomorrow.
But I think
it's included in the sort of main British championship.
Like the English Championships has a tournament, like women's separate tournament.
Separate tournament, that's
But
right.
the British doesn't. So realistically, I mean, who's the highest rated women player? I think maybe
It's Katerina Toma,
Katerina.
I think, followed, and Yan Lao is quite close second.
but they're probably not contenders to win the main championship. Did anyone know what happened in the Women's World Championships?
No.
Because I think that was still going on between two Chinese players.
Yes, and it was equal, wasn't it? So if there was a
Yeah.
draw today, they play rapid play tomorrow.
But they're like really good friends as well, so it's kind of removes the tension. Do you ever play against somebody who's like a really good friend and you struggle to beat them,
Yeah. Yeah.
or do you think when you're playing chess it's just like
Well, you shouldn't think like that, of course.
just beat them whoever they are,
Just
right?
beat them whoever they are. But
There's no friends
I'm
in
sure
chess.
we've all had a wimpy draw at one stage or another in our
Yeah,
chess playing
yeah,
careers
you're playing a good mate.
against a friend or a sibling. Or what
Oh,
have you.
Ju Wenzhou won game 12, was a positional masterpiece. Oh, well done. So Ju is now Women's World Champion. Congratulations, Ju Wenzhou.
In this position, Danny, can I just go d6?
Was Ju Wenzhou the challenger, by the way, or the?
Oh,
I'm slightly confused.
I haven't been.
Ju
sad to
Wenzhou
say,
was
I haven't really been following it.
was the defending champion, right?
Trisha Morala was probably the strongest woman, rating wise, but she
Oh
won't-
yeah. Oh yes,
won't
she is a good
winning.
player. Yeah, Tricia.
Oh no, okay, yeah, no, of course she.
Uh,
So yeah, d6 takes, rook takes, looks problematic still.
Yeah, it just looks winning, man. Yeah, like G3. I always try G3 probably,
Keep running my g3. I'm just gonna keep blockading you.
but it's depressing. Yeah, Knight is a very good defender,
He's a very good defender.
and what move do you play? Yeah, you just have to basically trying to bluff your way to some kind of desperation.
Oh, question from Kevin Winter: what happens when Adam plays Harriet? Kevin asked earlier why my sister Harriet wasn't playing in this particular tournament. She's played one tournament this summer in Corsica, and can't find the time to play any more chess, basically. So she's not playing. That's why she's not playing here. What happens when Adam plays Harriet? We normally have some acrimonious, hard fought. Somebody wins, somebody loses. Is normally what happens. And,
But I think Harriet's
it does
probably
nothing for
arguably-
sibling relations
Yeah.
at all.
I think her and Jovanka probably the two strongest. Well, certainly over the last few. It was also Susan Lalich as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say certainly, Jovanka. I mean, Jovanka's won the women's championship 9 times, I believe,
Wow.
8 or 9,
That's
and
impressive.
Harriet's won it 4, 5. But she won it when she was.
I think Harriet had a high rating, right? I think she got maybe 24, 40
24,
was-
50, 24.
Yeah,
so getting
it was
on for
maybe the
24,
highest
50.
rating that she had.
Certainly the high rating, but now she's had as so many people do, had a difficult to maintain that when you're not playing chess a lot.
Life gets in the way, right?
Yeah, life does get in the way. Okay, so not confident about that chances of defending. He did go g3 and then went rook f6.
Oh, so that was my original recommendation.
Assuming this is live, and it is, and he's gone for my party pooping rook f3 move,
That's a good move.
which now the point is, I think rook d6.
He's going to lose.
He's got to play rook d6, I think.
Rook f4.
Rook f4, king h5, and amongst other things, just king f3 just looks like a strong move, and just check on f5.
Yeah. It's just really depressing. No, he's taken actually.
He's taken. He's gone
Well,
for that one.
I think this probably, rook d6 was just too depressing.
Just wants to
Yeah.
perhaps
You just want the
get
agony over with.
it over with. King f5. He's
Yeah,
played.
this is what you have to force your opponent to find the best moves. Now, you were suggesting knight f4.
I was suggesting, I think,
92.
knight g1 and just there's no difference. I don't think is there knight g1 or knight f4. Just put it on e2.
Well, the only hope for black is maybe to somehow give up these pawns, somehow distract the king and the knight and somehow raid into d4, c3.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to see how that will work because eventually the knight will jump in and then take on c7.
So, for instance, I think here it's sensible for white just to stop king d4. Though, of course, now I do have this slightly different route that I could try.
Oh yeah, if you're
my
not
king.
taking the pawns, it gets a bit annoying.
But then, like, if I just go there and put my knight on b5,
But can't you just go knight?
That's just winning,
knight
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
true,
just-
true. Yeah, because you
you're
don't
just
get
too
c6
You're
break.
just too slow. Like, this is obviously
You just
the
don't get
end of the
c6.
story.
But how do you make progress if I just wait like forever? I guess because how are you gonna win the h pawn, right? If you,
Wow, I mean,
well, no, but I don't give up the c pawn. I just wait.
okay, so you're gonna just like hang around here, are you? Like king.
Yeah,
D7
I mean
or
I've got no
something?
choice. Oh, but now you have knight f5 and then you can win.
Knight
the,
F5.
yeah, no, it's lost. He's gone knight h3 fairly quickly. So
He's played knight f4 as well.
Knight f4,
that's
yeah.
that's the position on the board, and
So he's obviously fairly confident he's just going to win the game from now, which is understandable. He's completely winning. So disappointing result for Yi Chen,
Yep.
who I believe represents the Netherlands in international competition,
That's
but
correct.
probably has dual nationality.
yeah, he's been playing in this country for many, many years.
And another very promising junior, actually. He's been very promising junior for many years.
Represents down in Chess Club.
So he could be like a future star.
Aaron
think-
Saunders represents
No, I've just said he's down in Chess Club in Bristol.
Downham,
Down end.
Downend Chess Club in Bristol. Well, it looks like he's on the way to
How old is he?
a good
John?
result.
16.
Yeah, young player. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, yeah, I mean,
Also, this knight e6 looks so very good.
yeah, Yi Chen, I think is about to become an IM. I think he's waiting on the confirmation from FIDE, but I'm assuming that he'll soon become an
He
IM.
got into the championship through the Grand Prix.
Oh, okay.
Okay. As I say, I think he probably got into the fact he's already titled.
He's just
As
a
well.
good player,
No,
anyway.
sorry, Aaron.
Oh, Aaron. Okay,
Aaron,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay. So we've touched upon that one. Let's see if there's any other games still going a little bit further down. Ooh, well, most of them are finished. There's a game Andrew Legend Nina
Yeah, I
Pert.
was looking at that, and I think Andy was.
And he was definitely looked like he had
wow, he's
a
looking,
nice position.
It's looking like it's improving even more. So it's looking good for Andy.
So Andy played the rapid play yesterday.
Oh, we were talking earlier about the chances I've had to become British champion. In 2020, we had a abbreviated kind of smaller British championships in Hull. I don't know if you remember that. And obviously the main one got cancelled in Torquay because of COVID. I believe it was either 2020 or 2021. This took place. I think it was 2020. And I had a very good chance to be British champion because I played Andy in round 8 and I was black. If I'd won that game and won the final round, I think I would have got the same pairing anyway. It was a 2100 player. I would have been, which was Svetlana as
Superva?
exactly. And I won that game with white. But I think I would have, the way it worked out, I would have got the same pairing anyway. So basically, I was black against Andy. I had a chance to be British champion. If I won that game, I would have been British champion.
Yeah.
Immediately in a very small and weak field.
And from what I remember, Andy won that game, but then he lost in the final round. Is that
That's right, against a Scottish player.
Against Hamish Olsen.
And I congratulated Hamish at the end of that game because I was so annoyed that Andy had beaten me. You know, so much for being a teammate, right? But no, Andy really completely outplayed me in that game. But I played quite a bad game because a lot of it nerves as well because you're
It should
playing.
also be said, Andy and Danny are full NCL teammates.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
Been for
that's
many
right.
years.
Yeah. But Andy's a good player and another guy who obviously not a full-time professional. Probably certainly would have achieved a GM title if he'd have gone full-time pro.
Yeah.
A very good positional player.
Yeah.
And he's
Well, he looks like he's winning, but the board, the feed is messed up, so we haven't been able, unfortunately, to concentrate on too much. But from what we saw, it looked like he was, significant material up, so should go on and win. Nick Pert won. He won very quickly, past pawn a 999. Scottish Championship was a weekender recently. Yes, indeed, and that was actually won by Amadou Balaji. 5 out of 5, impressively. So, as I say, that was, I think, his warm-up event for this one. And won that ahead of Andrew Grieve, for example, and I think a couple of other,
Kevin
couple
Winters
of
said
good
the
players.
national championship of anti sponsorship. I completely agree with you, Kevin. I think we'll get your wallet out. I know you've got a big wallet, Kevin. So get your wallet out, mate, and sponsor the British. Anybody out there, who's got some money in their bank account. Maybe we could do like a GoFundMe for the British Championships.
We did that. We had those donations last time round, Danny, didn't we, in 2019? Maybe we should just have donations towards the first prize.
Bump up, but I
Bump
think
up the cash.
if you're like Adams or Nick Pert, you end up winning, or Fernandez, and you end up winning the 5k. It's still it's a decent amount, but it feels like it could be better, and it feels like it should be a tournament where more of the top guys are playing.
So, okay, let's just have a quick look at what's going on here. So, Black has just captured on b4, and both kings look a little bit vulnerable. This one on f3 is going to be able to be protected, I would think, a little bit better than that one on f8. It's just a question of how how white should proceed. So you would naturally look at f6, capturing on e6 also looks quite sensible, opening the file up. Like, I wanted just to take this and then say how, what are you actually going to do next? Because if you take on e6, I think, is it possible? It might be the only thing.
I don't think Black has enough counterplay in this position, so it's just your king's very open and the two bishops. It must be winning.
It must be winning with a good move,
Like
something.
he's actually gone c5, which is a very sensible move,
Maybe
just
that
cutting the
might be
bishop.
good.
And now she's gone back to a5. Nina's gone back to
Okay.
a5.
c5, bishop a5.
Like pretty much everything's good here, I think. Like even bishop c4 takes
Bishop
e6.
c4. Yeah, that's the sort of
Kind of tactical way that I would be looking for, just to
Absolutely.
try and win the game at once.
that looks like it does win the game at once,
Yeah,
because the rook's got no squares.
I don't know what happened in the game. It might be worth looking at the game, earlier, but clearly by this point it's just a winning position.
c5, bishop a5, and I like your bishop c4 very much.
But I think there's
So
many
you can
ways
just
to
take-
win this, because Black's only source of counterplay is either to go knight e7 or
Yeah.
h4. But I even if you get those moves in, h4, queen h5, I just go back to f2. What then? There's not much of a follow up, is there? So even if you don't find bishop c4 or like some tactically winning move, like
Yeah.
a move like f6,
f6, let's say, for example, and then even this doesn't carry any
queen g4.
queen g4, exactly.
I suppose you have queen h5, then you get the queens off.
You do.
But I think the
that's
ending is
gonna
still very
be,
bad.
Very bad. That knight on c8's not getting out.
So I think
anytime soon.
Andy's going to win. And to be honest, Andy, you look at his rating. That's a very low rating for some of his ability.
Yes, indeed, it
22.99.
is.
So again, we've seen another savage victim of deflation. But yeah, it's a bad day for deflation, because Nina's one of these people who have been taking a lot of rating points off people recently. She's an excellent player. Rook g6, another very tactical move.
Rook g6, and when I take your pawn,
There's rook f6 check,
there's rook f6 check.
potentially.
Yeah.
Or e6. No, maybe not e6, but yeah, rook f6 looks very, very strong. Serious problems for Black. King e7. There's bishop g5,
G5,
which
yeah.
is really scary.
Yeah.
Well, more than scary.
There'll be some pretty checkmate here with those bishops. I fear.
Yeah, somehow this has gone wrong. So I think Andy's going to win. I think he would then get one of the big boys, right?
He would do. I would think, yes.
I think some of these people in the fight. I think Richard Bates won it as well to another Blackthorn teammate who's also on the kind of comeback path, and I think he could end up playing one of the big players. How's Fernandez getting on? Is he still?
Let's have a look. I think he's finished. So,
Okay, he managed to win, right?
oh no, he's still going.
Wow, still a real grind this game.
Oh, that can't.
Isn't that
be,
the
that
position
can't be the
that we had
position.
earlier?
Yeah, that's. The
Maybe it's
position.
frozen.
No, we've got some more moves. It kind of went a little bit like we expected.
Right.
With the
That's
king.
encouraging.
Always encouraging.
We
yeah.
weren't just guessing then, like we normally do. You're right, Rook H. Yeah, oh wow,
Yeah.
King F1, King G1. This is very clever stuff.
Far too clever for me.
Very subtle. King G3, Rook H7, but now he can take. So he's just very coldly and psychopathically won a pawn. Yeah, this is just winning now. Yeah, I don't understand why. Surely Black could have done a better job of trying to defend the pawn.
He's going to coldly advance his pawns. This is going
Yeah,
to be a
I think it's an
torture.
impressive play by Fernandez. I really, after disappointing result of Hebden, I might give up on Hebden now. and can I switch my vote for Fernandez?
You can.
You know, you kind of get that feeling there's going to be an upset. I know Adams. You know, under normal circumstances, I definitely say he's going to win. I do feel like there could be an upset this year, and I think that Fernandez, if there's going to be an upset and somebody's going to beat Adams, which I think is possible, I would say Fernandez. But obviously Nick Pert, you couldn't. Yeah, I mean he was very impressive today as well, right? Harry Grieve was very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Jonah Widow's a dark horse.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a lot of life left in this tournament. Although
Well, you'd
obviously-
hope so after one round.
Exactly, but it would be insulting to say that Adams is not the clear favourite, because obviously he is, but sometimes you just get a sneaky feeling. It's not that straightforward. I think for someone to win the tournament, they're going to have to get a GM norm, right? Because I don't think Adams is going to perform so way below his level that he's going to perform below 2600. But I think if there's going to be an upset, someone like Fernandez or Nick Pert is going to have to perform over 2600.
Yeah, that's.
And Harry Grieve maybe, you know, someone like that, Jonah Widow.
You might need to get 7.5.
Sorry?
You might need to get 7.5. We may.
No, I don't think 7.5.
I don't think that's enough.
Sorry?
You don't think it's enough?
No, I don't think you would need to get 7.5
Maybe
to
you
win
need
it. I
seven.
think 7. Oh, well, I think there's so many players you need to get at least 7, right? But I wouldn't surprise me if there's like a playoff on 7. You know?
I think so. No.
Oh, you think 7.5? I'm not convinced. Do you want to? Should we do a bet on it?
We'll think about it after this.
What do people in the chat think? Like,
people in the audience?
what
do
do
they
people in
think?
the audience think?
How many points is going to win the British Championship this year? Are you with me or were you with Danny?
Mickey Adams is going to win it. End of.
Sorry?
Mickey Adams is going to win it. End of.
But do you think he's going to get 7 and win it with 7? Or?
I don't know.
But I think 7 probably won't be more than a playoff.
9.
9 rounds. I think 7 will be good enough to get into a playoff. That's my personal opinion, because I just think it's very tough this year. There's so many good players.
How's he going
To get more than 7, it's going to be tough. Even
lose 2 points?
sorry.
How's he going to lose 2 points?
Well, he could lose a game or he could draw. That's a good point, actually. I mean, how's he gonna...
Danny's going to walk you through the mechanics of.
Watch and learn. But you know, 7 is still +5, right? It's still quite a big plus score. So I don't think it's that trivial that even some. I mean, Adams, what did he score at the English Championships? I think he got 7 in that tournament. Oh no, hang on, it was only 7 rounds.
He
He
got,
the first round.
in the
He got 5.5, I think.
He won the rest, I think.
I think he got 5.5 or 6. No, he got 6. He got 6. He got 6. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he's probably
He
favourite
got
to get.
6.5.
He's favourite to get 7.5, and probably nobody else will get 7.5 if he gets to 7.5. I think it's going to be very tough for anyone else to score 7.5. Put it that way, but they'll give it a go. You know,
I'll
they'll
definitely give it a go.
If
That's
you
for
had to
sure.
put your money on it, who do you think would be giving the best run?
Well, I said Fernandez.
You think Fernandez? I
Fernandez.
think probably Nick Pert, but I think probably.
We're not really pushing the boat.
We're
out
not.
here.
We're
going
not
in the
making any
second-
crazy predictions at this stage.
Well, I
It's
said
too
Mark
early.
at the start, but after that draw today, I'm kind of deserting him now. I'm jumping off the mark. But I think he's difficult for him because he's coming from this other tournament, so he's going to be very tired. So yeah.
Danny, I think we're probably going to wrap things up there for today. It's 7:10, and most of the games have finished. So I think this is probably a sensible point as any
Cool.
to wrap things up. Thank you guys very much for listening, both live and online. I will hopefully try and sort out the issues with the freezing of the screen if we can. We'll obviously do everything we can to try and get that sorted out online. And we'll be back tomorrow at 2:30.
Yeah,
If not a little bit before.
Cool.
And hopefully everybody can join us then.
Thank you.
Bye guys.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, I'll probably